Hello, everybody. Hope you're all having an awesome Sunday. Great to be here for Variety Sunday, playing our community-voted game of the month. How's it going? Probs IRL, DJ Sopler, Hurly Whirly.
This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Seably TV, Zuthis, Glory Girl, Tom, Glug Glug Glug, Bart. Thank you so much for the 3 months share site. How's the music to voice volume, by the way? It's an interesting thing in a game like this where there's such an emphasis on the music. Balancing the audio to the voice is a pretty delicate tightrope to walk, right? If it's too quiet, then, you know, a major element of the game is a bit muted. If it's too loud, you can't hear me. Meta joke. Take all of Bezos's Twitch Prime money. Yes, please. And Elker LH, thank you so much for 7 heckin' months. Appreciate the sub. No worries if you're headed out. There will be a dancing Baylor today. I don't have the official Crypt of the Necrodancer dance pad, unfortunately. Tragically. Actually, I want to make a play adjustment on my ends. Perfect. So, Crypt of the Necrodancer is the game folks voted for January. This game I've played a little bit of. How many hours do I have in Crypt, according to Steam? Let's see here. I don't actually remember how much of Crypt I've played. According to Steam, I've played 186 hours of this game. How's it going, Genito-Genin? This game is not actually blind, unfortunately not, no. I have indeed played some Necrodancer in my time. But for those who are new to the game, this should be a pretty interesting venture into what I think is one of the most novel and enjoyable roguelite experiences released in the last, I want to say 5 years, but I don't actually know when this came out. It's a few years older, and it may have slipped under quite a few folks' radar when it came out. Hey, that's awesome, Meta Joke. Glad you've been enjoying yourself some Spire, and congrats on the wins. 2015 is when this officially came out, so we're rapidly approaching the 5-year the 5-year mark for Crypt of the Necrodancer. This game is really interesting to me. Designed from the ground up to be playable with a dance pad, there are only four buttons to the controls of Crypt of the Necrodancer. Up, down, left, and right. And everything that your character does in Crypt is a result of pressing one of those directional buttons. There's a couple special things you can do by pressing 2 or more of the buttons at the same time, and there are options to allow you to bind combinations of buttons to separate other buttons. So you can use more than 4 buttons to play Crypt, but you only need 4. How's it going, BB Tech? Let's see, what more is there to say? Let's dive into an all zones mode run with Cadence and see what the core gameplay loop of Crypt of the Necrodancer is. How do you attack with directional buttons? It's all context sensitive. If your character is able to make a valid attack by moving towards an enemy, then you will. And there's a couple other things you can do by just attempting to move in a direction. Let's jump on into it here. So we immediately start in the first level of the dungeon. Not a whole lot to our name, not a whole lot to what we can see. But we know that we're in a dungeon and there's jammin' heckin' music playing, so we'll explore it. giant bats. Getting a little bit used to this. So, everything in the dungeon moves to the beat. There's jamming music going on in every level, and everything takes actions in synchronization with that musical beat, both yourself and the enemy. If the player tries to take an action that isn't timed to the music, those bars that you see at the bottom of the screen, then the action will fail, and you'll lose what's called your coin multiplier. So Crypt of the Necrodancer is, in a sense, a turn-based game, but those turns are taken in rhythm with the music. Every time the beat occurs, all the enemies on the board are going to move one step forward in their attack pattern. Everybody's got their own little attack pattern here. These green slimes will dance in place because all they know how to do is jam. The blue ones will move up and down between two adjacent tiles, and various other enemies have fairly unique attack patterns. And all of them can be defeated without taking any damage with even the most basic of weapons, if you can navigate their pattern properly. Our starting weapon here is the dagger, which just attacks an enemy one tile next to us. But as we acquire more weapons, we'll be able to have a little bit more reach to our attacks. Shoutouts to the shopkeeper for his incredibly jamming voice. Kind of faffing around here as I've been trying to explain a little bit of the basics, which means we're nearing the end of our song here. Did I even fight the mini-boss? Yeah, I did. Okay, we'll just proceed to the second level. There are 3 levels to each zone. At the end of which we'll have to fight a boss. What you got for me today, shopkeeper? Ooh, gold broadsword. Let's take that. I like broadswords. Although, probably taking the Ring of Might is a bit better there. Broadswords have a 3-wide attack pattern to them, so I can now attack enemies that I'm not directly adjacent to. Let's see, I forget what kind of shrine that is. Because our broadsword is gold, we're getting extra money too. It occurs to me that this is a really difficult game to play and read chat at the same time. Trap is at an annoying spot. Can't actually get around. That's enough money to buy that ring though, so I'm gonna go do that. Torch that we just found will help us see a little bit further in the dungeon, which we certainly appreciate. Very hard to one to reach out for unless you're super good. I wouldn't call myself super good. Familiar, yes, but super good, no. Gold weapons also deal infinite damage, the beat after you pick up gold, yeah. It's like 10 or something, right? It's enough to even blast the armor off of Dead Ringer. Oh shit. Just got chunked by the Minotaur there. You can go from full health to dead real fast in Crypt of the Necrodancer. Oops. Button. Weird. My controller wasn't registering the button press properly there. What is this hot mess? That's right, we're doing 2 damage per hit. Obsidian Harp. Interesting. Harp is one of the weapons added with the DLCs, and I don't have a lot of familiarity with its attack pattern. Okay, we got a dragon coming up here. As each enemy individually is pretty simple, but as situations become crowded with lots of them, understanding the ways their patterns are going to interact with one another becomes really important. So my current priority is to try to figure out a way to get some health back here. Nope, I could just die. I got caught by the monkey. Game slaps, and so do the enemies. Yeah, it's a really fast action pace, but a couple mistakes, and it'll be over real quick here. Let's give that another shot. Yeah, that's a scroll of fire, right? I like the rapier quite a lot. Rapier's one of my favorite weapons. It's got 2 tiles of reach, and if you use the second tile, you deal extra damage and lunge forward. What we got here? Good old apple. Good old apple. The beat timing in Necrodancer is fairly generous, I tend to find. Which makes it fairly easy to stay on beat most of the time. Little glint of gold in the wall here tells me that there's money there. How do you know which walls you can dig? Oh, great question. Your starting shovel can only dig basic walls. The walls that the plain dirt-looking ones. Ones with cobblestone appearances take a higher tier shovel to destroy. And, anything with a pure stone appearance takes an even higher level shovel than that. I just dropped a barrel down a trapdoor. We'll find what was in that barrel waiting for us at the start of the next level. So there'll be an item waiting for me later. Maybe wanted a rapier in that shot, but probably not. Usually worth defeating all the enemies on each level to get all the money they drop. Money to be spent at shops is a really valuable resource. Did they crack in this wall here? That means there's a secret shop hidden behind it. I can use a shrine here. I don't remember what these shrines do. Or if I should use them. Shrines in Necrodancer give you some kind of a powerful upside in exchange for a powerful downside as well. And some of them, if misused or even if simply used, can immediately kill you, because they'll do things like summon mini-bosses right around you. Shrines also have a completely separate thing that they do if you bomb them, rather than using them. These black skeletons do a lot of damage and take 3 hits. Most enemies have multiple colored variants of themselves, with differing hit point pools and damage values. Offbeat with this guy, come on. Whatever. Chainmail gives us defense. Defense is a pretty important stat in Necrodancer. Reduces the amount of damage you take when an enemy hits you to a certain minimum, half-heart minimum. So you'll always take a little bit of a hit, but It's sometimes the difference between an enemy killing you in 1 or 2 hits versus that same enemy killing you in like 5 hits. Okay, the Gluttony Charm's nice. Ooh. So this is a blood shop. We can spend our health to get some items. I'll take an upgraded torch and this blood flail, which hits a wide arc around me, as well as knocking back enemies. Flails are pretty fun. You can do all sorts of nonsense with them. And every 10 enemies I kill with the blood flail, I'll heal for a half heart. The flail's kind of got a hit stun that lets it really take care of tougher enemies like bosses quite easily. Which we just did to that Minotaur. One of the main advantages to having a higher level torch, like the one that I bought, is that you can see items through walls. So you can see where there are secret rooms that you have to dig to get to. There's usually a couple of these on every floor. It's my coin multiplier now. Okay, the blood drum's interesting. Pickaxe is a strong shovel. Let's actually buy that before our song wears off here. Since there's a time limit on every floor, and you can always move to the, you can only move to the beat. It necessarily means there's a certain number of spaces you can move before your level is over. And you'll sometimes see me like skip items that are on the ground because I don't think it's worth spending the time to acquire them. I also might just be missing it sometimes if there's gold on the ground. Spiked on nerd. This pickaxe that we got lets us dig through any kind of wall, although some walls will take multiple hits to dig through. Ooh. Obsidian armor means we... oh boy. Take at most 1 damage from any hit, which is pretty sweet. So here's the stun locking of the blood flail there. Alright, let's knock this onto the spike trap. These barrels that you'll see around areas require either a bomb or a high damage attack, or for them to be placed on a trap in order for them to be opened. Rack228, thank you so much for the 240 days of smug superiority and cancel support. Glad you're here enjoying the Necrodancer content. Jet it! Hitting it up with 2 months. Desperate attempt to distract Bannerlord #2, possibly more successful than the previous one. Players are so degenerate. Alright, we've got pretty much everything on the floor here. Which I believe means we're on to our first actual boss of today. Who's it gonna be?
Deep Blues.
Alrighty. Bosses. If you manage to defeat a boss, which is not an easy feat in this game, without taking any damage, then you'll get an item. Nice. We managed to do there. So I get to open one of these 3 chests. Black is usually a weapon, purple is usually some sort of magical item like a ring or a spell, and the other one is some sort of generic item, often like a torch or something, or a food item. Take the magic one. The Ring of Luck gives us, I think, better like loot drops. Rewards us really well with interacting with the Shrine of Gambling. A couple of the things it does. Nice little ring to have.
Dad was always coming and going on his adventures. but this time he seemed more excited.
Bolton!
He said he'd found it, some great treasure.
2 months.
When I was older, I found the notes he left behind. Directions to a graveyard.
Uncle Eli tried to stop me. But Dad had been gone for 2 years. I had to find him.
Alright, Zone 2 is a kind of chiller place than the first zone. A foresty area with new skeletal wizards and giant mossy golems and such. No match for our pummeling powers. Long sword there, not something I care too much about. I wonder what you get from bombing these. Pick up a map item here. This will reveal the mini-map for the dungeon every floor, helping me find secret rooms a bit better. Find another copy. Didn't know you could even do that. Oops. Completely my fault. Yeah, music ends after a while, yep. You can get some max health here, that's gonna be really valuable. I've got a Charm of Gluttony, it's called. Can I do this twice? 2 empty heart containers, sure. Can I get another one? Is that how this works? Yes. An axe. Not familiar with the axe's hitbox either. Picked up some cookies here that I can use to heal myself as well, so our max health is going up, we've got good armor, we've got some healing items on us. It's putting us in a pretty good position for advancing through the run now. When these, the beat bars at the bottom, when those turn red, that's telling me that the song for the zone is about to end. Fail to win the level before the song is over. Oh shit. And we get shunted to the next floor. Got caught up a little bit there. So as I said before, there's only 4 directional inputs you're making to Necrodancer at any given moment. And if any of the directional inputs that you can make results in, like, if the directional input you can make is a valid attack direction against an enemy, then your character will make that attack instead of moving. So if you're surrounded by enemies and you are capable of attacking them by moving in a particular direction, then you can't move in that direction, right? Oh man, I love the Boots of Pain. Picked up a bag of holding there, which will give us essentially unlimited item storage, so we can hold more stuff. Ooh, Obsidian Whip. Man, whips are so cool. I think I want the Blood Flail, though, as the healing on it's pretty important to me right now. Anyway, what I was trying to say earlier was that weapons with a bigger hitbox on them that are capable of hitting more squares around you can have a disadvantage in that they can prevent you from moving or limit your options if you're surrounded. Silly mistake there, jumping into the mushroom during its spore attack. We still have these cookies that can heal me. Want this, right? Money! These little mushrooms on the ground count as enemies, so I get to heal by killing them. Obsidian armor gives us block dependent on our current multiplier. So the coin multiplier goes from 1 to 3 depending on how many enemies we've killed without missing the beat. Take the war drum. Run damage 3 times actually seems really good. I wonder if I can afford that. Ooh, I almost got hit by that skeleton. Tried to move away, but I hit the mole with the flail. That downside I was talking about before. Ooh. The blast helmet gives us immunity to bombs. I think it makes our bombs immediate as well, right? Yeah. So now when I use the bomb button, instead of placing a bomb on myself that detonates 2 beats later, I just immediately explode, which we can use in combat. If we get surrounded now, I'm just able to bomb. Flail can just clobber stuff. So many bombs. We have 16 bombs? That's too many bombs. That's just too many bombs. Okay, losing my multiplier and then getting hit was maybe not the smartest order of events, but sure. King Konga. The bosses you encounter are... You'll encounter, what, 3 out of 4? Or is it all 4 out of 4 now with the DLC? Anyway, you'll encounter 3 random bosses in a random order as you progress through the dungeon. And whether you encounter them first, second, or third, makes them a bit stronger or weaker. King Konga here is really notable in that the music skips every 7th beat, so you have to remember to account for that as you're doing the Konga dance. Which I've completely forgotten to do. Mostly wishing that my flail had a bit more reach to it there. Whoops! Time to eat some cookies, I think.
Mom died when I was only 7.
I heard Dad and Uncle Eli arguing after the funeral.
Now I have no choice, Eli. I have to find the golden loot.
And abandon your child?
With these notes, it shouldn't take long to find.
What was so important about gold and loot?
Gotta get the fat loot. Third Zone's really cool because there's a split soundtrack. The Zone of Ice and Fire, and the soundtrack is a bit different depending on which part of the level you're in. Oh god. Don't get frozen by the dragon. What does ice do? If we step onto ice, then we end up moving in the current direction until we reach the end of the ice. So we slide pretty uncontrollably on it, like we're in a Pokemon game. Jeez! Trade my, Trade the flail for the rapier if I want to. Ice Sense runs at what it does. It certainly can. Can definitely do that. So can overconfidence. These gremlin little purple guys are very annoying. They'll move towards you when you move away from them, and they'll move away from you if you move towards them. So getting them to actually cooperate can be pretty annoying. Getting my face clobbered in. That's alright, we've got blood items and armor that lets us make mistakes with some frequency and still survive the run. If you're playing with one of the harder characters, difficulty in this game is primarily done through which character you're playing. There are characters where a single mistake during the entire run will result in your death and the run being over. Depending on how well we do in the first part of stream, I might try such a character out. See how far I can get with one like Arya or something. I'll be ready for Coda. If I ever unlock Coda, I can't imagine what that would look like. At its hardest, Necrodancer is like one of the hardest roguelites ever made, I think. What? Attack me diagonally through that? That was not cool. Constantly low on health. Won't anyone save me? That helps. I'm now well fed. If you're playing as Bard, I think King Konga just, like, is kind of free. Bard's an interesting character, yeah. If you want to play this, by the way, as a purely turn-based game and don't want the musical aspects of the timing at all, there is a character called Bard who will accommodate that desire. So you can play it as a completely different style of game if you want to. It's not nearly as challenging if you do, but it's really cool with the options there, and it's also a really cool way to like learn the game the first time. Oh, the heavy plate, we want that. Got just enough money to buy that. That's the best armor in the game, pretty much. He sends runs, they say. Oh, and there's a Shrine of Luck. We're wearing the Ring of Luck, aren't we? Yes, we are. So that'll give me an item every time I pay it. $13.56. Okay. Let's get money from the walls. Shopkeeper's walls are made of money. He doesn't care if we blow them up. Did you know dragons can only breathe side to side and can't actually breathe left or right? Or up or down, rather? It's true. Little known dragon facts. The Oncoming Storm, thank you so much for 6 heckin' months. So we now have the heaviest armor in the game, which will reduce most damage to a single heart, as well as make us immune to knockback effects.
Death metal.
Ah, death metal. This boss has the fastest beat of, I think, any song in the game. So you have to have quick fingers on these ones. Not like that, though. Ice is a real problem here. Whew. Not perfect, but I'll take it.
We were so happy together. Until my mother got sick.
I just want to help you, Melody. Can't you see that?
There's a reason my mother took that thing away, Dorian. Don't go.
I have to find it. I have to risk it.
Music in Zone 4 is like so jammin'. Some of my favorite for sure. Couple pretty tough to defeat enemy styles in here. Little knights that you'll see with the fencer's swords will retaliate whenever we hit them. We have to dodge their we have to dodge their riposte before we can actually damage them. Little wizards will teleport us to their location when we kill them. These slime golems will leave shrinking slime on the ground. It's a hot mess. Oh yeah, some enemies will confuse us, which reverses the left and right controls when you're confused. Ah. Get dunked, leprechaun. Tempo trap. So sometimes you'll step on, well, not sometimes you'll step on, but there are floor traps that will alter the speed of the music for a little bit. Ooh, transmutation thingies. Yes, please. So this, I think it's what, a Tome of Transmute? Lets me transmutate stuff, items nearby, turning them into different items. Quite potent. How's it going, awesome? No worries, it's hard enough to read chat anyway, so I'm sure if there even were any backseating, it would be difficult to catch. I don't remember what blowing up those statues actually does. Teleporting monkeys. Secret chest there. Ooh, shield spell. Shield spell lets me make myself temporarily invulnerable. Okay, where's the stairs down anyway? Back over here, right? Yeah. Axes are considered the best weapon in the game, just not for speedrunning. Noted. Noted. Freeze monkey-like enemies, hilarious. This is a little like challenge area. I get to take one of 3 items, but if I do so, I have to fight some enemies. Just decided to use the shield spell to make that nice and easy on me. Oops, there goes my freeze charm. Ooh, I've got a gluttony charm still, right? So we can turn this into max health. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Spells are on a recharge timer of enemies killed, but can be bypassed by paying life instead of the casting cost, or if the cooldown's not done. Good old flail stun lock. So, what is this item? A familiar? Damage piercing. Oops. Still the wrong button. There we go. But now I've got like a little rat familiar that sits above me and does 1 damage, I think, per beat to any enemy directly above me. Yeah, if you miss whatever input you're trying to make, if you don't do it in time with the beat, you'll miss the input, and your character will stand still while all the enemies take their action. So you'll essentially skip a turn, which usually results in taking damage if you're near an enemy. There we go. Jeez, why was that so hard? Standing still is not always bad, and there are definitely moments where you want to intentionally miss the beat. At least if you're not playing like Arya. Transmogrifier. Sure, give me a different ring. Automatic shield. Try that again. What's that? Weapon pierces. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Piercing ring means that my weapon will go through any sort of enemy armor effects, which means that these mercenary-looking sellsword fellows that we've been having to counter, we now just ignore their armor, and they can't riposte us, they just take damage. Bomb helmet. Rat Familiar doing some work there too. Slapping soundtrack. I haven't been to the store yet here, right? There's a store on every single level. Stores are a really big part of getting stronger in Necrodancer. More defense ring? I don't think I need more defense than this armor gives me. What's that? Carrot! My left button is, think my left shoulder button needs a bit of a fix on this controller.
Coral Rift.
Love the names of the bosses, by the way. Coral Rift instead of Coral Reef. This boss. Myself. Boss always messes with me because of the way the water that in this arena impedes your movement. Take my shame and leave. Zone 5, I have the least amount of experience with. This zone was added with the release of the Amplified DLC. There's all sorts of crazy-ass enemies in it. I don't know what they all do, honestly. So a bit of a learning experience here for everybody. I know that when you stand on these wires, you become electrically charged and your attacks chain between enemies. Not even piercing weapons will allow you to harm enemies that are on the wires. Get out of here, creepy metronome thing. Be gone. Butt kicked in here. My only regret is that advancing to the next level ends the track. Yeah, piercing's really helpful here. I got petrified. Titanium whip. How many boots do I? Or ham. My ham button is definitely a little wonky. I totally don't remember what this dragon does. Let's just unlock it with the whip. Or the flail. I don't have to worry about what it does. Excellent. Have I tried any of their soundtracks? Yes! There's a lot of soundtracks to this game at this point. There's like 7 or something different versions that sound quite distinct from one another in a lot of cases. Remixes, redos, completely different ones, different styles, you name it. Necrodancer has your soundtrack needs covered. If I win this run, we'll probably try a different character with a different soundtrack. Oh, don't bully me, skeletons. Skelly's no bully. No bully. Okay, there's the way down to the final boss. Pretty well equipped for it. Gluttony Charm gets used up, yep.
Dead Ringer.
Okay, Dead Ringer. At the end of every Cadence run, you'll encounter it. Mr. Dead Ringer here. I feel like I should get a curse and 3 items when I beat him. Oops. I got bots. Go away now. So the boss in this fight is invincible until all his bells have been rang, at which point he gets very angry about it all. Do this right. There we go. We have to make him run into the gong at the top of the arena to win the fight, which I did only reasonably well there.
Dad?
Cadence, I'm sorry. I was under his spell. Leaving so
I was under his bell.
I guess you don't have the heart to face me.
I think I know how to defeat him, Cadence. But we'll have to work together. Follow my lead.
This boss has such jamming music.
The
The Necrodancer with the golden loot. In this fight, you play as Cadence and Dorian, both characters who move in simultaneousness with one another. And you're tasked with... You can bypass this whole thing by simply bombing through the Necrodancer's arena, but the core fight design is that you have to reposition both characters so that you can press these switches at the same time and cause the fight to progress, which I think is so cool. So I have to do stuff like push my characters against the walls in order to get them to be in the correct relative to position to be able to press the switches. And we'll lose this battle if either character perishes. Necrodancer himself can only be damaged by the loot. We have to pick up. Fight. The loot damages him whenever we get kind of close to him. Kind of an area effect weapon. Ah, damn it. I was hoping to do that without taking any damage. I almost perfected that.
All along, it was a golden loot you were after.
GG.
But why?
You're about to find out.
Let's go in video game despot. This is Crypt of the Necrodancer, a rhythm-based roguelite. Why drop coins at the final boss? Mostly for score, I believe, Tom. Gold is used as your end-of-run score. And so there's a whole like separate category of score running this game, where you attempt to get as much as possible. The names on these enemies are great, by the way. What is the default key binding? I use a Xbox 360 controller to play this, with the 4 directions bound to the 4 face buttons on the controller. I don't know if that's default or not. I don't remember. Ghost Host. Phantom of the Chopera. So that's one run through with the character Cadence, the introductory easiest character. I think I will let the credits play in their entirety here. It gives me a chance to catch up on chat and to drink some water anyway. Though I think I'm going to need more of this in a second. Fran Zappa. Orchestrator? I get it. Hey Mar, we just completed a single run through. The game, like the game's not over in its entirety, and there's other characters we get to play. We never saw Fortissimo. $3 for this game on Steam. That's a good deal. Alright. Let's return to lobby. So at the end of the run there, Cadence and her father recover the golden loot, which they take to Cadence's mother's grave, who is Melody. You can set the, let's see, you can actually, by the way, if you want to play the gameplay of this game to the beat of any music you want, this game does have the functionality that you can import your own music into the game and use that as the soundtrack. In addition to that, whoops. In addition to that, you can change between a wide variety of soundtracks. There are like 7 or so. Which you can set per character and change at any time, that play remixes of all the songs in the game. Listen to the Arrival soundtrack here on Melody, and try a Melody All Zones mode run. I've never tried the importing feature. I don't actually know how well it works, but I haven't heard anything bad about it.
They brought me back, using the power of the golden loot. But we soon discovered that the loot has its restrictions. To stay alive, we must keep playing. And the longer we play, the more it robs us of our humanity. But I know something about the Crypt that they don't. And now I need answers.
So Melody's kept alive by the power of the golden loot. She can't put it down or stop playing. What this means is that Melody's character can only use the loot as her weapon, which is cool because it's a really powerful weapon. Every time you move, the golden loot will damage all enemies adjacent to you. So for our next run here with Melody, we've got a completely different style. I think it's also a piercing weapon. One of the best weapons in the game. It's heckin' fun. It's not piercing, okay. Good to know, actually. Allows you to pretty much just effortlessly cleave through big groups of enemies a lot of the time. Bloodshot. Character also starts with less health. I'm going to take the free spell, even at the cost of almost all of my health here, because of how powerful it is. Definitely a little bit, like, I slightly missed the timing there, but it was good enough for the game. That sounds great. A titanium shovel, too. That lets me dig through medium walls. Okay. Hidden chest. Oh, that's the, that ring. If I dare. Sure. The Ring of Becoming is a ring that curses you and will kill you if you take any damage while wearing it. But if you can transmogrify the Ring of Becoming, it turns into a much more powerful item. And it's easier to say what that other item doesn't do than what it does do. Okay, lead boots are really nice, giving me immunity to stuff like bounce traps, like this trap no longer bounces me if I step on it. Screwed that up a little bit, but I think my decision to use the free spell there was a good one. Ooh, one of these pots. Next to some traps. Very nice. Excellent. These things have 3 health. They take 3 bombs to destroy, or 3 traps. Let's just shove it down to the next floor there and get all the items next floor. Max health doesn't currently help me, but sure. 3 bombs is definitely appreciated.
Commander, we've
Let's see.
just received the support of another council.
So much for that tier 1 sub. Welcome to the council. Hope everyone's having a jammin' good time today. So all those items were in that purple urn. Still looking for a way to transmute our ring, though. There we go. Very careful, remembering that a single hit is currently death, because of the Ring of Becoming that we're wearing. Glass armor will save me though, right? And also, you know, swap our ring out there if we want to. But I'm pretty sure glass armor will save me from dying. One time. I can also use the heal spell if I time it right to avoid dying, but I don't think I'm going to be good enough to do that. You can't drop items without picking up another item in the same slot. So I can't just put it down if I at any time. I'm quite literally stuck with it. Also ripped my armor. Did in fact save me from dying, so that's nice. Might be time to put this ring down though. Probably a good idea. Nah, we're sticking with it. Stick with it. Wait, we have to fight a boss now, right? Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Fortissimo.
Oh, I don't know this boss pattern very well. I'm gonna die. Yep, I don't know his attack pattern. I don't actually know what killed me there. Don't actually know what killed me there. Let's see. He's got an indicator. Yeah, he's got an indicator. He's about to do that. Alright, before I try that again, we'll be doing another run with Melody here. But I do want to take a short break. Well, let's go to the lobby. Listen to the lobby music. I'll be right back. Gonna take a short break. Refill my water, empty my bladder, stretch my legs. When I return, we'll give Melody another shot here. I'll be right back, everybody. Thanks for watching. Gonna change that channel. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you so much for the patience. Really enjoying the Necrodancer revisit. It's been a cool game to step back into.
They brought me.
Alright, what's your name? Melody, that's your name. Alright, Melody, let's try this again. There's the transmutation scroll we needed last time. Never mind. An early mistake can lead to fairly instant run over. If you're not paying attention. Yeah, those early black skeletons are... they are rude. Cookies. Is this the trap torch or something? Reveals walls. Sing its shopkeep. Bloodshot. We have cookies, so let's check out what we got here. Gold, auto gold pickup, sure. Paying 1 health for a chicken leg is pretty amusing too. Though wait, I can get more max health out of you, right? Forgot. Give me a blood drum, interesting. It's not a drumstick at all. Unlike normal shopkeepers, there's not really any consequences for killing the ones in the bonus shops, so it's usually just free stuff. The regular shopkeep is very difficult to kill and not to be messed with. He will end you. Then cookies. That's a lot of cookies. Gain items, extra mini boss. No idea if that shrine's good. Vomit. Cheese and the slippers. The ballet shoes allow you to not make a move without losing your beat, which you normally can't do. Let's go. Also allows me to not lose the beat if I try to move into an enemy that I shouldn't be able to do. Pay 50 gold for an obsidian shovel. Infernal torch. Can we like do fireballs by digging into torches or something weird? It's a really weird torch. Pretty niche, I think, but yeah. Pretty niche, but I'm sure there's a use for that somewhere. Just don't know how to use it properly. Secret shop. Ooh, yes to both of these. Obsidian armor is really good protection. More max health will give us a lot of longevity as well here. Healing spell, nice. So every 15 kills we can now heal ourselves half a heart. There's a couple other uses for the heal spell, but that's the gist of it. You can also use it, if you time it right, you can use it once per level when you use the exit stairs without hurting yourself. Let's Muckrify shop. Let's try to Muckrify this ring into something different. Automatic shield ring. Sure. Protect this from at least one hit. Like that one, for example. Yes, that is perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. I get a better shovel than that. Oh, shit! That worked out pretty well, actually. We got a lucky charm out of that. It's a loot! And it is a sick loot, indeed. Top here. Ooh, I like the monocle. Monocle gives us vision of all items, so whenever there's an item inside a container, we'll know ahead of time what it is. Really powerful item, I think. Lets us just see items through hidden walls as well. Not sure I can see wraiths. But also a thing that it does. Shows me the gold in this wall. Okay, I pulled off the heal there, cool. So you step onto the stairs and then hit the heal button. Well, and keep the coin multiplier while missing the beats in this fight, which is nice. What? Look at this shield there. It's a shame because the monocle's OP with the perfect boss combat wards too. Because it'll tell you what's in them. Oh well. Maybe we can do that on the next boss.
It was the same plague that had come through our village when I was a child. Dorian knew the stories.
I just need to find the golden loot. I can save you.
I could see the greed in his eyes, behind the desperation. It was just like before.
So we're immediately shown this ring in the chest over here. That's the Ring of Regeneration, which is freaking sweet. Gives us a 1 heart heal at the start of each floor. I can see what's for sale in the shop without having to go over there, which can save me time in the level. Crazy OP. Ballet shoes are really making this nice. Another heart container. Oh, and a potion. Okay, we're just like magically set now. Jesus. This is one of the safest melody runs I've ever seen, says chat member before the potion shows up. How about now? If we die, the potion heals us to full health. It's a lizard tail and a half. Well, 2 lizard tails in one, more accurately. Try not to die, please me. Shield enemies will block attacks from the front if the attack doesn't do enough damage. It'll be annoying to deal with. It's a bit jarring. Crypt. What's his hands? It's a charm. Freeze monkey-like enemies. Frozen monks. Interesting that the monocle doesn't show me what's inside the box mimic there. Made it really easy to recognize it was an enemy. Well, I just did that to myself. Always have bombs in them, huh? Items have to be used on beat as well, that's right. There's an item that lets you ignore the beat for a little bit, called a heart or something? Otherwise, yeah, all player actions have to be done on the beat. I just got completely lucky there. Oops. Didn't get lucky there. Hey Ladical, we finished a Cadence All Zones run, hoping to do it with Melanie now. And then we'll see about Arya. Let's see. God. Black Skeleton with shield, I do not want to deal with you. Entire face. Spray. I think a coupon makes one item free or something like that. mushrooms do an AoE attack every third beat. They're pretty hard to work with. Jerks. They're jerks. Which is a random item. Let's upgrade our torch. Sure. Not sure if I'm really enjoying the boots we got. The ones that are letting me ignore screwing up the beat here. So I'd like to keep those. But they're pretty good boots in the game though too. What's the shop got today? Ooh, that armor. Super glass. Yeah, we can just stand still and we don't miss the beat. Oh god. It's damaged 3 times. I think we just keep this armor. We got a lot of health. Could take way more than 3 hits currently. Couldn't heal there. Alright, Fortissimo, you beat me last time. Right at the last second there.
My mother left us to get rid of the loot, just like she left us to find it. And now I've inherited her.
I didn't realize I had screen shake
I'll
enabled.
Be damned if I'm going to pass it on to my daughter.
Should turn that off. Let's see, what is it under graphical? Screen shake. There we go. That's just streaming courtesy to have screen shake off in most games, I think. So thanks for letting me know I had that on, I didn't realize. Okay, we got lots of enemies coming in from all sides here. I don't want to deal with them. Almost did that right. Book of Fireball? Cast Earth Spell. I like my cookies more. Without a bag of holding, I could have to choose between one or the other. That is in this chest. Restore full health, unhealthy. So I think that heals us to full and then lowers our max health from the sounds of that. Oh, that's right, turns your hit points into curse hearts, which can't be restored normally, I don't think. Something like that. I wonder how that works with the potion. That diagonal attack, though. Freeze scroll in there. Freeze scroll's pretty good. Definitely at some point becomes not worth exploring the entirety of a level if you're taking damage constantly from the enemies. Ah! Giant beetle! Run away! So many enemies going on at the same time. Jeez. Just bomb that. That is how that works. There you go. These fire tiles on the ground are dangerous. If you miss a beat while you're standing on a fire tile, you'll take a point of damage. Stab me like that, dude. Super rude. Boss 3 already, alright. Alright, I want a perfect boss reward, so I'm really gonna use my shield scroll here. I feel like I need to anyway. Hey, plate armor. Probably plate armor. I don't know what that scroll is. Plate armor is the same defense as the obsidian armor if the obsidian armor is at maximum multiplayer all the time.
Through the village when I
so
was
it'll save
young.
me in from
Mom healed the people who were dying.
rapid hits.
But they turned against her. They wanted the power of the loot for themselves.
Give us the loot!
It's not the loot that's cursed. It's us.
Excellent work, Commander.
Siren
This
Biting.
council is
Thank you so much for 3
pleased to
months.
see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Good shot. Sounds good to me. Oh, wait, there's a double shop, right? What I just saw? No, okay. Sometimes there's a super secret shop hidden north of a regular secret shop. What's the stuff in these? Spiders will bite you if you pass next to them. It'd be weird to take them out sometimes. Oh right, wall traps, all sort of thing. Ow. There we go. Bomb charm. I should remember what that does. I think it's good though. Big safe bombs. Just the kind of bombs I wanted. Damn it. There we go. For some reason I want to attack them by moving directly into them. It's the ring of becoming again. Sell all your items. Okay, I was hoping that'd be a transmute shop. That would have been really convenient. Oh well. Okay, bombs being safe does not mean we're immune to enemy bombs. Noted. Almost looks super easy. Trust me, it's not. This game is not easy. Anything else I want to do on this floor? I don't think so. We didn't find any transmutation here. Tragic. Probably not willing to ditch my run. Trying to get that though. At the... I don't even remember what it's called when you transmute the Ring of Becoming. Okay. This is a fun game. This game is super fun. If you like the music and the gameplay looks appealing, I highly recommend it. Ring of Wondering, or Ring of Wonder? Yeah, that's about right. It's very challenging, really fast-paced, and one of the cool things this game does is accommodates a wide variety of skill levels. The basic characters are fairly straightforward and not too difficult, like a matter of like tens of hours to get the hang of and get your first wins with. 160 gold for the best armor in the game? Sure. Thanks, overpowered. Monocle. Oh god, no. Okay, that was a little ugly, but our ridiculously powerful armor meant I take almost no damage from that. That would have killed me from, like, full health if I was wearing no armor. So that's nice. We had a nice couple of runs to start at the stream where I'm allowed to make a lot of mistakes, and it works out pretty well. I still have a potion too, so I would really have to take a lot of hits in rapid succession to die at this point, which I have definitely done. Still easy to do. Blood shovel, I think. Big dash? Cool. I'm out of here. King Konga. Nice. That's the magic ring, right? The ring that makes our spells better? Yeah. The greater heal thing. Okay, it doesn't reduce the cooldown, just makes them stronger. Oopsies. Oh, that's right. It does recharge faster. Right, brown dragons create walls, which is really rude. Can really pin you in a bad place. Occurs to me that Dig Dash is especially useful with Melody. Since you heal by moving, or deal damage by moving. Tome of Freezing? That's okay. Armor Charm. This is even thicker armor than we had before. Feeling quite safe though. How's it going, Megan? Today's runs have been pretty successful in Necrodancer so far. Ah. Crush some nerds. Okay, where's the ways out of here? Ah. Ooh, I got hit there. My freeze charm saved my life, though. Well, not my life, my health, more accurately. What is this tune? Jammin'. Oh god. Don't kill me. Thank you. Yeah, the golden loot is a really good weapon. I would say Melody's probably, yeah, Melody's probably easier than Cadence, the quote-unquote standard character in Necrodancer. And a lot of it has to do with his weapon. In fact, all of it has to do with the weapon. Appreciate the monocle letting me know what's in shrines. The item inside a shrine when you bomb it is always constant, depending on the type of the shrine. But without looking up that on the wiki or just like trying it, you're not gonna know usually.
You're Octavian, aren't you? The bard who sought immortality long ago.
I am. And who are you?
Besides a thief.
I'm Melody, a bard, as you once were. I seek to destroy this accursed loot.
You want to destroy it? The loot is mine!
But I have the loot, Octavian, and if I stop playing, we'll both die. Tell me everything you know.
I will not! Return of the Necrodancer!
Turn! Okay, the second Necrodancer fight is custom built for Melody and has a completely different style.
The loot is mine!
The arena gradually shrinks as the fight progresses. Focus on dealing with the dancer himself here. You can definitely lose by having the arena crush you. And, knock him into the lava here. Get. There you go.
Stop! Get away from me!
A couple hits, but no problem.
Mother, is that you?
Knife to meet you. Aria. Alright, we won't watch the credits again, but that's a successful All Zones run with Melody. Aria is a different beast entirely. Dagger only, die in one hit, die if you miss a beat. That's Aria. That's Aria.
I came back to destroy the loot. I revived the Necrodancer to seek answers.
Might do
but
this
he
one zone at
betrayed
a time, actually.
You left us. You never came back.
I did what I thought I had to, but I failed.
I blamed you for so long, but I understand now. This thing must be destroyed.
That's right, and only I know how to do it.
So Arya starts at the bottom of the dungeon rather than at the top, and will die instantly if you miss a beat at all. Like so. Simply fail to press the buttons, and you're dead. Kind of curious to see how far I can get here. Haven't played Arya in a really long time. Requires quite a bit of knowledge about how enemy patterns work to, What's in there? Oh, these walls refill? Interesting. These are cool walls. Definitely gonna die if more than once attempting this. Fair enough. I'm still waiting to use that knife joke. Believe it or not, I came up with that one on the spur of the moment. Can Arya heal above a half heart? I don't think so. Try to dig the wrong wall, you're dead. I want a victor if I can get past the first boss. Or the first area, actually. Yeah, that's a good highlight of how hard this game gets if you decide to push yourself. It can be mercilessly punishing, ruthlessly fast-paced. And more. Okay, so I'm understanding how these water globes work a bit more. Arya does start with a potion, which means you get 1 second chance. But only one. Okay, I don't actually know that enemy's pattern yet. Sunglasses make you do bonus damage, but make all of our enemies look weird. So we see only shadows. Basically a Dark Souls Soul Level 1 no-hit run with a broken hilt sword. Basically. Pretty much, yes. Pretty much exactly that. I'm just gonna restart real quick if I lose the... So, actually, let's go back to the lobby here, and let's do this one zone at a time. Wait, is this how it works? Hold on. Hold on. I thought that would put me in the bottom. Or, oh no, that's right, you take them in reverse order, so you're supposed to start in zone 5.
I came back to
with Arya here. Gotcha. Okay. Loot in single zone mode. And see how far I can get. +1 damage. That's a big deal. Arya, I don't believe, can get any weapons other than the dagger. But she can improve the damage the dagger does. Diamonds that we're finding here are a meta currency used for unlocks, which you won't usually find in all zones runs. But if you're playing the game as it presents itself originally to you, you'll find these. Oh yeah, you can probably find other kinds of daggers, right? That makes sense for Arya. God, I don't know how these metronome things work. I don't like them. We made it to the first stairs. Excellent. It took me so long to beat the first area with Arya for the first time. How good are you at dragon dancing? Oops. Not good enough. Not good enough. But once you have the patterns of the local enemies down a bit more, it's not too bad. Ooh, spicy. So this is Arya. Giraffe Rubberheart. Arya dies in a single hit, and additionally dies if she misses a beat at any point. So a really, really challenging character. I don't know, that sounds a little far-fetched, Pearly Whirly. I don't think that's true. Boots of Stronkening! Oh, those go diagonally. Okay, good to know. Oops. Didn't know those little guys would go diagonally. Okay, that's how we're supposed to get them to close distance. Good. Little jerks. I don't have a lot of experience with the Zone 5 enemies, so I'm getting some painful lessons taught to me here. Not that it's going to be much better in the other zones, but at least I have an excuse right now. Wing boots. With the wing boots, we travel over the terrain, so we're not subject to traps or anything like that. Oops. Did it again.
I came back to destroy.
To destroy the loot. Completing an all zones run with Arya isn't even the closest to the hardest thing in Necrodancer, which is a terrifying statement to make. The skill cap in this game is truly absurd. freeze spell. That'll help a lot. A charm. A charm that lets us throw our bombs forwards. Can't skip beats with Arya. What's in here? Coupon. Okay, well, let's buy the free spell. I think. Could have bought the shovel too, but then I'd be using my head. Okay, interest now is primarily just getting out of here to the boss. That'd be great. God. Oops! I tried to attack the dragon on the beat that the freeze wore off there. Got myself dunked. Arya's hard as heck. That's not readily apparent yet. Wow. Damn it. So much going on here. Rip. Wasn't expecting to get stabbed in the face there. You can get trapped in a wall? What just happened? How's it going, Sneaky Teak? Good to see ya. Trying some Arya here in Necrodancer, one of the harder characters. I'm not going to say hardest, because, quite frankly, this character's not even close to the hardest. Terrifying truth about the game. Good news is I'm not dying because of the beat being missed. I am dying because I hit the wall that I can't dig through. Which is the thing. What is the hardest? The hardest is a character called Bolt. So imagine what's happening right now, except that the game is going at double speed. Or did I call him Bolt? Coda, excuse me. Not Bolt. Exactly what's going on now, but also double speed, and if I pick up any gold on the ground, I also instantly die. It's a brief glimpse at what Coda is. A combination of the three hardest characters. Arya, Bolt, and Monk. To even unlock this character requires you to complete a all zones run with every other character back to back without dying. Which is next to impossible to do as is. Like, if I wanted to unlock the hardest character in the game, I don't think I have the human skill to do it. With any amount of trying. And then surviving on that character would be an even more impossible prospect. Want to get to the next level as quickly as possible. Ah! Not used to the shield guys that have 2 health. There's a few more attempts. Definitely enjoying the Arya attempts, despite how badly they're going. She's a fun character to play as, just because of how ridiculously punishing she is. It makes the challenge level very high. The dieting. This is the more like average new player Necrodancer experience, by the way. You'll die about this often when you first pick up the game, or at least I did. A lot of muscle memory here. Learn how to do good and stuff. Oh, this is a hot mess. I don't like any part of this. So dead. Yep. Myself froze. Are pretty strong. Want to at least get through Zone 5 here, though. We can definitely make that happen. Okay, use that on the boss, maybe? If I get that far. That's a big if. Missed my beat there. Ooh, an actual fireball. The DLC comes relatively recommended from everybody I've talked to so far. find it makes the runs a little bit too long, having them go for 5 zones instead of 4. Oops. I will not stop with Arya until I at least beat Zone 5. He said, dying instantaneously at the start of his run. The mark of a true gamer. Dying immediately. Playing with a controller? I am, yes. Xbox 360 controller is my personal preference. This game controls pretty well with keyboard and mouse, too. Alright, what's in this chest? Nothing I care about. Glass slippers, though. What are those two? I missed the beat one time? Scroll of need. Oh right, my left bumper button doesn't work properly. I've been missing it kind of consistently. That's so funny. I missed the beat because it didn't register the input. Looks like I gotta surgery my controller a little bit. Please no murdering me. Murdering me was had. Can't believe that it used to be a time where Arya did not start with a potion. They added the potion to her like halfway through the process of me learning her. That was a big lifesaver. Okay, glass armor's huge. I want the map too, just so I can get to the end here. More quickly. We don't like those wizard guys.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
No ducks, thank you so much for 2 months. What have I exposed you to? The dizzying, electrifying beats of the Crypt of the Necrodancer, of course. Oh yeah, those guys go diagonally. Son of a diagonal jerks. Diagonal jerks.
I came back to destroy.
So fast-paced too. It doesn't feel bad to lose when a second attempt only takes a minute or two. Like the sound cues on the beholder guys. Take and deal double damage? Well, I don't really have any I mean, that's just normal damage, right? If I die in one hit, it doesn't matter if I'm taking double damage. Karate Gi is definitely a good weapon, or armor. Ring of Might makes us doing even more damage. So now we're just crushing stuff with our weapon. I think we can start to something successful here. We can't heal ourselves, but a food item like the apple here allows us to be invincible for one beat if we need to. I'm leaving now. Okay. Okay, chain lightning damage is only 1. I didn't realize that until that very moment. That definitely caught me off guard a little bit. What's in the box? Free spell, okay. It is definitely a game that Necrodancer is definitely a game that is hard to watch if you're sensitive to flashing lights. Although I'll note that this disco floor effect and a lot of the other stuff about the game is toggleable in the options. So if these toggling disco floor effects are really hard for you, you do have the option to play without them. Ooh, okay. Damn it. Should have used my free spell there. I wasn't expecting the middle black skeleton to die in one hit, I think is what happened there. Played Amplified yet, but you own it. I'd say it's definitely worth checking out. It seems like a pretty solid addition to the base game. Oh, awesome, Hubri. Hope you enjoy. Random item. Can I get a random weapon? Conjuring failed. That's a no. Ring of Shielding is a third life. That's a good thing to have. I don't have it anymore. But it was nice while I had it. Try another ring. Actually, let's see what's in the shop first. Shape attack? I'm actually not familiar with the spell. Back here. Shield scroll. That'll definitely help me if I can remember to use it. And if my button press registers, that's also important. That's also very important. Oof. Missed beat there. No matter how good your position is with Arya, you can always mess it up just by failing one movement input, trying to cross the room. Pretty savage. An interesting layout here. Slice and dice, baby. Take the glass armor over the karate gi. As much as I appreciate the extra damage, the second life is gonna be better. Never mind. So go get my karate gi back then. Oh, those move diagonally. That's news to me. I did not know that. You learn something new every day. Dang it. Chain lightning went on the grid, yeah. Can I go over the other aspects of the game that differ from the OG? Oh, stuff for the DLC. There's a whole bunch of new items. A lot of new weapon types, the axe, harps, a few others. So lots of new items, shrines, a 5th zone full of enemies are the really big ones. You're seeing some of most of the enemies unique to the 5th zone right now, as well as the special mechanics it's got with the environment. What else does the DLC add beyond those two things? A new character called Nocturne, and I think one more other new character as well. I don't remember what Nocturne's gimmick is. She's designed to be an easier character, along the lines of cadence or melody. The Winged Vampire, that's right. That's exactly right. And she's got her own story mode with, like, its own unique boss in the 5th zone. Reason I don't pick up every gold drop? Yeah, I'm usually just trying to get through the level. And at least in the single zone mode that we're playing, you find more gold than you need to buy everything in the shops. The longer I stay around in the level, the more likely I am to die to failing to press a button at the right moment. So it's I think a good idea to just get out of here as quickly as possible for the most part. DLC does not force you to move on the first first beat of the floor, you can hang around. Oop, is that? So like when you start like this, you can just hang around here until you actually press the button the first time. You're not forced to go. The basic premise for Necrodancer, we're playing with Arya, who's one of the more advanced characters here. We did a couple of runs with the more standard, easier characters to start out the stream. Now I'm making attempts to get through at least one zone with Arya, which is easier said than done. Should just pitch that attempt. Oh god, what is happening over here? I don't like this! So if you're unfamiliar with the basics of Necrodancer, this is a rhythm-based roguelite sort of dungeon experience. The game kind of takes place in turns. Every time there's a beat of the music, the player can take an action, and so do all enemies. So you'll note that everything that occurs on screen is in rhythm with the music here. If I don't make a move on every single beat with this character, I'll be instantly killed. So you can die to missing the beat with Arya here. Oh god. Whew, okay. Trying to get to the next area, please. There's the dragon. Oh shit. Ooh boy. Damn. I got the dragon, and then the guy behind it got me. Have I heard of Monster Slayers? A predecessor to Slay the Spire based around D&D type classes. I don't think I have heard of that. Have to give that a look. We're getting further though. I think I'll be able to make it to the boss in a couple of attempts. So I hope that's true. Let's see if I can do anything. Seems like the roguelite you'd be at the worst at. This one's a fairly unique skill set, I feel like. Really challenging. Such a jammin' soundtrack, though. Okay, diagonally moving walls. Do not dodge diagonally. Got it. Okay, there's our mini-boss. Fork that up. Twice. Actually, don't know what that's for. Some sort of meta progression thing, I think. Whew. Yeah, this game is a crazy speedrun game. What? Oh, the little zombie coming up from the south at me there. That's so rude. Very rude. Did you just have an immediate instinct to, Oops. To start moving on the first beat. Which I don't need to do. The pacing of the beat does change between levels with the music, yes. It's also different for each boss. The timing of the beat is a little bit generous towards the player, though. It's not too hard to get to hit on the beat pretty reliably. At least I find. Well, I think that's not the case for everybody. Oh god. Oops. You can just fail it like that. Out of the first level. Like that. Or that. This is a very hard mode. Aria's brutal. I'm determined I can prove that I can at least beat one zone with her. I think I'll probably leave it off there though. Sounds great. Okay, shielding ring, the boots of damage, good stuff. You'll sometimes see me dig walls when I'm next to enemies. That's because hitting a wall with your shovel keeps you in place while advancing the beat one step, which, if I were to simply miss the beat, I would, since I'm playing Aria, I would die. The wall, though. Ring of shielding saved me there. I'll take it. Shield spell, even better. Perfect. Okay, good use of the shield spell there, I think. I'm out of here. Six skills to restore this. Dang it. So little room for error. I think these wizards are the ones I have the most trouble with in this area. My Coda low percent, jeez. Spooty Biscuit is a legend of this game. It's terrifying to me that Coda low percent is even a thing. Feels like it shouldn't be a thing. Pulse scroll. Is Pulse break crates? Yes. Big bombs. Nope. Don't want anything to do with that room. What is Coda low percent? Coda is a character, the most challenging character in the game, and low percent is doing a run. It's a colloquialism in a number of games for doing a run without acquiring anything. In this case, means picking up no items off the ground. No money, no items, nothing. So just winning with the starting equipment. So it's a self-imposed challenge mode added to a character that's already so difficult to play that only a handful of people have ever won with them. Got cornered there. Getting to the third area a couple times. Yeah, if I... hold on, is there a... there's a way to look at it, right? Maybe you have to enable it? There's no low percent. Oh, probably because we're... probably because we're not in an all zones run. It doesn't track the thingy. Wizards. I don't know why I wasn't expecting them to be there. I think a piece gives me fewer enemies on the map, which is, I guess, appreciated. Step on the spike trap. Whoops. Nope. Restart. Fingers! Give it a few more attempts. Thinking we might switch over to
Like
Hades
we've got our work cut out for us,
for the second half of stream today. Speaking of, not speaking of, but with perfect timing, SC89, thank you so much for the generous host. Playing some Crypt of the Necrodancer right now as part of our community game for January. Crushed inside a wall. I'm currently trying to play with Arya, who is a very challenging character in Crypt of the Necrodancer. She's instantly killed if she ever misses a beat or gets hit by anything, so runs are real frickin' short with Arya here. Beat A18 Silent on the second try, congrats, that's frickin' awesome. What kind of deck was it? Anything special? Frost Charm is another life, always good to have. Echo form silent? Begging your pardon. Bullet time, Snecko Shard? What? You know, your usual Ascension 18 silent win for the first time. Totally normal. Oops. Oh, I'll take that. I won't take that though, that's upsetting. That's also upsetting. Trying to watch. This is not succeeding well with reading chat at the same time. Is there enough progress on your backlog to justify getting Hades? Probably. You should do it. Hades is sweet. Alright, Arya. Alright, Arya. That's all, Dummerun. This is Crypt the Necrodancer, which I really should not be trying to play. We'll turn to read chat, at least not at this character. Let's pause the game for a second here. And, catch up with chat real quick. 400 game backlog? That's ridiculous, Vision. That is ridiculous. See, we're about at the halfway point of stream today, and I'm feeling like mixing it up. It's been really fun to revisit Necrodancer. We got a complete run of Cadence, complete run of Melody. Let's switch it up and play some Hades, because I've honestly been craving that game. And it'd be good to get some hours into it. I think you can get the soundtrack of this game on its own, which is highly recommended. Let's swap things up. Let's swap things up here. Update the title and the game. Hello, Hades. I capture you? No? There's that background instrument. It's one of the promo images for XCOM 2. Is what the image you're seeing on screen right now is. Okay, why is my game capture... There we go, Hades. Perfect. Perfect. I think we'll round out the stream with some Hades here. Be our third time playing. I'm itching for more. Another action-based roguelite experience that's still in early access, but just recently got a big update to it. We'll actually play and finish games in the 21st century. Not too many of them, going by Steam achievement statistics anyway. Most people don't finish most games they play. It's just the nature of how we interact with the medium, or most of us do. There are definitely a few dedicated people who like to finish games before they move from one to another. And I used to be like that, but I find as I get a bit older, am less willing to stick it through with an experience I'm not enjoying as much. You finished Baba Is You before moving on? That's brave. Rising Dust. That game is hard. We played through all of Baba Is You on stream, and I really enjoyed it. Alrighty, before we jump into some Hades runs to round out the night, I'm going to refill my legs one more time, get some more water going, and when I return, play some Hades. Be right back. Alrighty, everybody. We are back. Thanks for your patience. If you haven't seen Hades before, Hades is... Just tweak something real quick. Probably a little bit on the quiet side right now. Perfect. Better beat Hades on this run? A big ask, Pearly Whirly. Been playing with controller so far, Vision, and really enjoying it. Hades is a dating sim disguised as a roguelike. That's true. In Hades, we play a young prince of an underworld, not an underworld, the Greek underworld. Son to Lord Hades here. Hey, Dad. Have some nectar.
Hey, Father, I thought maybe, here.
There's a lot of voice work in Hades and a lot of character writing that makes it really charming in a way you don't see other roguelites do.
Where did you get this? You think you can butter me up with such trifles? Give me that. and then get out of here.
You're welcome, Father. Prices are a little steep there, I must say.
Hades has a lot of focus on between-run upgrades, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But some have expressed that they find off-putting.
What's on the old exchange?
Let's see, we have 12 keys to spend. That's a lot of keys. That is a lot of keys. Yeah, the art style of Hades and the soundtrack of this game especially. This is done by Supergiant Games, who also made Bastion and Transistor, games that are really, really well known for their incredible musical aesthetic. Let's see, higher chance of boons having rare effects, higher chance for boons having epic effects. Randomly alter the reward of the next chamber. I'm gonna ping on Discord to let people know I swapped games. I should probably do that. Do I make a habit of that? I don't know. That's kind of like a... I don't know how I feel about midstream pings. Actually. Good thing to think about, though, as an option. Lead sound designer also did the voice acting for Zagreus. Nice. Do I know about ascension mechanics here? There are game hardeners, indeed. But I have yet to encounter any of them, because we haven't won yet. So we're going to figure that out first. Alright, we'll unlock deep pockets
And
here.
click.
Giving us more money as we attempt to escape the House of Hades.
Alright, I'm ready.
Yeah, they're called Heat, right? So Hades is a action-style roguelite. At the start of each run, you select one of currently 5. I think they're working on one more. Weapons. You've got your standard attack. You've got something called your special, which for the sword here is an AoE attack. And we can also send a spell-like projectile forward called our cast. And these are the 3 abilities that we enhance over the course of a run. Attack, special, cast. Give me back my things, sir. Start of each run, one of the weapons gets a bonus to the currency you find with that weapon. The bow here has a charge shot as its attack, a spray of arrows as the special. That has been pretty successful for us so far. It's the bonus one, so let's do a bow run here. We're allowed to, what, change aspects, right? And we can upgrade it. Here, cast loads. Cast loads. Projectile into the next attack, firing on impact. Let's try it out. We have 2 of these, right? Yeah, we have 5. Let's try
the
it.
aspect of Hera.
What did you just do?
So the Hera bow. Well, that's a lot of skulls.
That bow's got a different sting to it.
Press B to load thingy into our next attack. So we end up
Ain't not bad.
Ready.
inflicting the cast with the shot. Kinda cool. Honey Nudge!
That's the spirit.
Let's give this one a try.
All right, back to work.
Got the right trinket equipped, right?
Let's see here.
This one will carry of durations increased by +6 encounters. That's a lot. Kind of like the spike collar for the starting health. What? You could get a Daedalus hammer as your starting thing? I didn't know that was even possible. That's so cool.
Perfect.
Our attack bounces up to 3 foes, dealing bonus damage for each. How does that interact with the the cast loading. We choose one of these. Bonus arrows on the special we've tried before. Flurry shot we've tried before. Let's try chain shot. Because we haven't tried that one yet.
The deadliest bow of all.
That's so cool. Normally you get a blessing from a god as your starting bonus.
Okay.
This is so cool.
Should come in handy. Where now?
So, after we clear all the enemies in each room, we're given a choice between which next room to go to. And the icon of the room tells us what's awaiting us there. Money, in this case, or a blessing from the god Dionysius, the lord of wine and having a good time. God blessings modify our abilities in lots of ways. Pretty good. I'm just standing on a trap like a dum-dum. Oh man, that chain reacting shot is so good. There was a Chaos Gate in the previous room, damn it.
Sometimes I have to wonder, man, what's going through your head. I mean, I know you hear me and the others, but it's so damn dark down there, I can't hear you at all.
He can't hear what we're saying. Trippy shot. Our cast lobs a projectile that bursts into festive fog. So I'm supposed to take this, is what Tom is saying. We can also make our special inflict hangover, which is like poison, damage over time. Or our dash causes hangover. But let's try this.
To my health.
So now we can load festive fog into our arrows. Which seems like it'll probably be good, or whatever. Let's see how that goes. So the festive fog debilitates enemies, I think.
Load it up.
Ow. Oh, that actually hit. I didn't even come close to hitting my actual target there. Okay, that's a max health up. I'm not missing anything in this room. You can load more than one cast, which is ridiculous. And feels unfair.
Alright, who's next? Set.
Okay, only the initial hit. When our arrows are chaining, only the initial hit inflicts the cast, which I figured would be the case, but still good to have confirmation on. Restore some health. Next boon we find is upgraded rarity, or ensure a Chaos Gate will spawn ahead where possible.
I'll pay for that.
We'll pay for a Chaos Gate spawn. Chaos Gates allow us to gain temporary downsides for a long-term upside. All we have to do is notice them when they spawn, which is easier said than done. Way easier said than done.
Nice.
Okay, there was that sound. There's our Chaos Gate. The other option is money. Well, at least look at the options that aren't the Chaos Gate, but Chaos Gate it is. Chaos Gate costs us health to enter.
Going in.
We're allowed to choose a blessing
Master Chaos.
from Master
I've
Chaos.
Within the underworld's quietest, most solitary, darkest passageways lie hidden evidence of the beginning of all things, of chaos, the most ancient sculptor that has shaped this world.
I'd best take all the evidence I find.
The drunkard Dionysus offered you his services, I see. He can be rather unpredictable, and therefore offers me a source of some amusement.
Primordial Originator Chaos. What do you offer me? The next 5 chamber reward previews are hidden. Afterwards, gain 33 max health. The next 4 encounters, each time we special, lose 5 max health? Afterwards, boons have higher chance to be rare or better. Or when we cast, lose 4 health. Afterwards, any money we find is worth 40% more. Okay, that is damage, not max health. But this is max health, right? Must be. So do we want boon, higher rarity? Higher rarity boons do more damage or have more powerful special effects. We're not really using special at all. I like max health a lot. I think I like this one a lot too. I don't think I want the addled affluence. Not sure how much. Let's go for higher rarity boons.
It should be interesting.
Hey, Zeus. How convenient that we're being offered Zeus.
You and me. Ready.
You like that, you gods?
You like that, you gods? Yeah. You're wrecked, gods.
I wonder, nephew, whether you're prepared as yet to harness the surpassing power I shall grant you now. Don't take this blessing lightly, and may you use it well.
Special causes a lightning bolt to strike nearby foes. Our dash causes a nearby lightning bolt to strike nearby foes. Or after we take damage, our foe is struck by lightning. We don't care much for the special. I like Thunder Dash. Thunder Dash! The gift option is the... lets me give one of my nectar items to that character to improve my relationship with that particular deity. Yeah, there's kind of like a dating sim aspect to it. It's kind of weird. Aiming in Hades is auto lock to targets. El Pollo Batman. You're able to disable that though if you want to use free aim.
Lord Zeus's strength.
So I now leave lightning bolts when I dash. Cool. And yeah, if you're playing with mouse and keyboard, you will probably want the free aim.
You're back. Welcome.
What's up, Sisyphus?
If I may be so bold, Your Highness, I was wondering, what brings you back around this way again? Same story as last time?
Look, I have to level with you, Sisyphus. I'm leaving the house. I've had quite enough. You understand, I'm sure. I'm going to the surface.
Oh, that is quite an undertaking, Prince.
Yeah,
if it
easier said than
wasn't
done.
you yourself proposing it, I'd like to call it madness, truth be told. Though, you're just mad enough to pull it off. Well, hey, I hope you make it. Good fortune out there.
Healing, darkness, or money. Give me money on this run, please.
Sure, here you go.
114 of it. That's a lot. A little spoiler here that is a significant increase in power. Interesting. I suppose I would want to hear about that.
You getting ready for the road ahead?
Looking for fishing
They'll
spots.
just come back next time. Good luck out there.
More louds. die again. Okay. Wretch.
Kaboom! Got ourselves a pomegranate of power, which levels up one of our existing abilities. There's also a trove here.
The power of Olympus.
Bunch of legendary keepsakes that we can acquire by giving people 6 total nectars and then an ambrosia. And they go in addition to the normal keepsake and are very powerful. So I should start working towards that then. Oh man, upgrading our trippy shot seems huge here. Making our cast blast damage go from 100 to 160. We're doing a lot of damage with that, so let's definitely upgrade our trippy shot.
I'm grateful for this.
And we'll do the trove trial.
Load it up.
We have an intruder.
Fine. Help yourself.
Wasn't too bad.
Thank you, Father.
Get tons of darkness. Okay, more nectar. Or a shop with only 170. I think I'd rather take the nectar here. I see the fishing spot.
Sweet nectar.
Sweet, sweet nectar. Fish.
Looks like a good spot. Got a bite. Got me a knucklehead.
You can sell the fish for, like, gems or something. They sell for quite a bit. Okay, so this is the last room where I can't use my special, I think.
Load it up. Okay. All clear.
Shot versus another pomegranate. We can level up the damage on our cast even more. Elite, yeah. The single skull, I think, is an elite indicator. So we now have 14% additional chance for boons to be rare or better.
Gods grant me strength.
202 damage? Absolutely. And here is our first boss, I believe. Against the first of the Furies. Back to us.
Who's it going to be? I'm back.
You're no god. You're nothing but a piece of
Lecto.
trash. Born into all of this. And you don't even want it.
You seem to have me all figured out. And here I thought we were still getting to know each other.
Well, you want to know what I want? Here, I'll show you. Pain.
Ready.
I'm not actually sure what Festive Fog does to a boss opponent. It's the one with the rage meter, yeah?
Okay.
Ow. Stop getting so angry. Oh, she's angry now.
Loaded up. Ready. Set.
Not too bad.
That's it.
That's it.
That does
Get
it.
out. I'd better stop her.
Easy peasy? Question mark? After the boss, we get a heal. As well as an opportunity to spend some money.
Failed just as her sister did.
We can also change out keepsakes here if we want to. The next spoon you find will be from a particular god. That's a cool thing we can do. Kind of like the max health for now. Destroy use of death science. Ensure another chaos gate will spawn ahead. Let's do it. Get ourselves some boons of chaos. We have plenty of health. Just gotta remember to go into the gate. Oh, it's right here, actually. Interesting. Up against a blessing from Artemis. I will descend.
Let me have it.
I like that I heal 3 after paying the health cost. What's up, Chaos?
The fathomless expanses hidden in darkest corners of the underworld stretch well past the notice of Lord Hades himself. And yet, the interfering prince somehow discovers passage there.
Somehow.
Wasn't all that hard to find, really.
Yeah, it was just kind of a... There's a door leading right here.
In the name of Hades.
Slippery shot. For the next 3 encounters, we can't collect our bloodstones for a while. Afterwards, our cast deals 59% additional damage. Hopper's Soul. For the next 3 encounters, we cannot earn money. Afterwards, gains 71 max health. That's ridiculous. Or for the next 4 encounters, take a huge amount of additional damage from traps. But afterwards, any darkness we find is worth like 3 times as much. Which is a lot of additional darkness. But I gotta go with Popper's Soul here. That is a ridiculous amount of max health to be gaining. And only 3 encounters of no money is not too bad either.
It's acceptable.
That is acceptable. Ooh, a blessing from Hermes could speed us up quite a bit. Could also take even more max health. Let's go with the Hermes blessing here.
Thanatos.
Life and death, one and the same.
Yeah.
Still at it, I see. You're stubborn. And you are going
We can
to get
beat him in a
heap of
challenge.
trouble before all is said and done.
We'll get even more max health.
Let's get to it then.
Absolutely.
His challenge is, can we kill more enemies than he can in a certain period of time?
Think you can beat me? Death sentence. Any last words?
More.
Ow! Whoa.
Loaded up.
You're already
Too many enemies. We still beat him by 1.
That's enough.
Good. Where did he go? Where did he go? There you are.
You're fast, I'll give you that.
Better.
What's with the look? You had your hands full, now you don't, thanks to me. Seems I'm left to thanking myself, since you're too proud to do
thanking himself.
I
Goodbye.
don't know what I'm supposed to say when he gets like this.
Alright, what's in the trove?
You ever get the feeling life's moving all too quickly for you, boss? Well, Dionysus doesn't, as you're probably aware. Throws quite a feast.
Dionysus never... No, he doesn't. Our attack is 21% faster. That's a big deal. We can dash 1 more time in a row. Yeah. Or drift dash. After we dash, gain 100% move speed for 0.6 seconds. I like all of these a lot. The triple dash is ridiculous. I like... It's gotta be triple dash, yeah? Though all of these are, again, really good. Yeah, take all, please. Please, Hermes. Give to me all of your blessings.
That's goat speed, all right.
Restore health? Heck yeah.
What is it now?
I do not think so, boy.
Boy. All my health there.
Like that.
Oh boy. So supposed to heal me. Actually, that's not too bad.
Enough, I've better things to do.
I think we got a net gain there. Yeah, we did. Boy. My fisher? Fishing spots. Shop or money? Well, I still can't gain money, so we might as well go to the store, right? I'll be fighting for literally nothing.
Onward.
And we can buy max health. Perfect. And gain more max health. Oh, we're gonna have so much max health this run. Excellent.
Hey, Charon, I'm in Asphodel now, aren't I? I'd always heard this was some flower-covered meadow-type place, not such a terrifying hellscape.
I'd be thinking of Elysium.
Couldn't agree more, mate. I'll take it.
Some darkness, too. Onwards.
Set. More slam dancers. That ought to keep me going for a bit.
Be over 300 max health? Wow. Blessing from Athena versus a blessing from Artemis. I think I like Athena for the most part. Athena provides deflection, which can be really powerful. Knocking back enemy projectiles.
Trouble.
Oh, this fight.
Okay.
Well, I should go for the rock first.
Ready.
Commander, one of our most valued supporters said continued support of the XCOM project.
Rose Squid! Thank you so much for the long-standing support. Oh, you have to actually mash to do that?
Olympus calls.
There's something that I've wished to tell you, Zagreus. There is no shame in your upbringing. Many of us on Olympus, we likewise were born and raised under the strangest circumstances. Someday I'll have to tell you about mine.
Glad you're enjoying the variety, Rose Squid, and thanks for those kind words. Thanks for being a supporter for as long as you have. 79% additional damage and deflect. Divine Strike. That's huge. That's huge. I think we just take that, right? Yeah, we just take 79% additional attack damage. Revenge Deflect is nice. Special Deflect is probably cool, but no way.
Athena's power.
Give me that damage. Now, the deflection on the bow is probably not that good, given the narrow range, like the narrow hitbox of the projectile, but it's the damage I'm after there, because we're using that as our primary damage source currently.
Set.
Oh, man. Rest in pepperonis. Didn't go for the scroll one. Didn't think it was strong enough. There's definitely some merit to that, right? We want to fulfill all those prophecies. Right, this guy's drop. Restores 10% max health when we enter a chamber for 3, 20 for 26 darkness, or ensure an infernal trove ahead will spawn. 20, the bonus on that. Give me that. Too much of a completionist? That's fair. Don't think I can blame anyone for that line of decision making. I'm trying to get my first win here. I'm picking, hopefully, accordingly. Ooh, more Hermes stuff. Yeah. I will definitely take more Hermes stuff. My current priority is improve the current run at priority over almost anything else.
In the name of Hades.
There's Drift Dash again. 20% chance to dodge. Effectively gives us 20% more hit points. That's a big deal. Or quick recovery. After we take damage, dash, recover up to 20% of the life lost. I like Greater Evasion a lot as a defensive multiplier here. Well, I also like Drift Dash a lot, too. Gives us ridiculous move speed and ridiculous ability to range our opponents. I think these are both very good. Take the Greater Evasion. That's just gonna add up. That's just gonna add up in so many ways. Especially with this much max health. It's gotta be.
Big one, huh?
Oh, we're here already. Alright. A Hydra boss. The Nerinian Bone Hydra. That's our new deflect. Just shoot arrows at this nerd.
There.
Hydra summons a number of little mini heads that we have to deal with. Aren't too bad in the first phase here.
Load it up.
Deflecting shots pretty helpful here. I think my timing a little bit wrong on these power shots. Let's try it better.
There.
Hard part.
High heads.
High heads. Ah. Oh boy. This is definitely a terrifying phase of the fight. It's hard to find somewhere to sit still and deal some damage without getting hit ourselves. At least until we clear out a couple of the heads. Come on. Don't be like that to me. There we go. Yeah, I imagine if you have enough damage output, this gets way easier, huh? Because you can just kill them quickly. Wouldn't say our damage is doing great right now. It's okay. Ow! Just completely screw that up, why don't I? How much is this game? It's like 25? Actually don't know how much this is. $96 additional stuff. Yeah, Aphrodite with the weaken, right? With names we can just face tank. Like if we can multiply our effective hit points with weaken. It'd be crazy. Favorite weapon so far I think is the spear. Although the shield is a close second. With bow in the middle of the road and the gun being the one I like the least so far. There are melee weapons, yes. Most of the weapons I would say are melee.
Go no further, boy. I'm warning you.
126 heal. Dang.
Or else what, father?
Do I swap out my trinket at this point? We can get +6 encounter duration on these. Never mind. These don't do anything.
Coin goes in,
blood.
that comes out.
I'm gonna keep my ridiculous max health. Although, there's actually an argument for switching to the Myrmidon Bracer. Take 25% less damage from the front, but 10% more from the back. So it's like a 25% additional health modifier, which is instead of 50 max health, so probably about the same amount of survivability. Give me the Myrmidon Bracer.
Go with that one. Onward.
How do we get that ridiculous max health? Some Chaos Blessings. We got 70 max health from one blessing.
All night in paradise.
The enshrouded river of forgetfulness, Lethe, flows through the hallowed chambers of Elysium, numbing old pains and memories of the most noble shades residing there.
I'll have to give them new pains to recall.
Got him. Also, generally, you'll see me prioritize max health, because I think it's a good resource in this game, so... Oh, I missed a fishing spot? Rip.
More splitters.
Rip. So...
Okay.
The weapon-wielding enemies in these areas will turn into like these little weird eye things when killed, which then attempt to respawn. So you have to kill them before they reform into an enemy again.
Much better.
20% move speed for 10 gold for 3 encounters. Health restoration for 3 encounters. Keep our money. Daedalus hammers are pretty much a must-take when we see them, as I understand it. So let's grab a second hammer here. Not these little freaking chariots. These are so annoying.
Set.
Suicidal. Horrifying.
This spell could use a little fine-tuning.
Power shots deal bonus 100% more damage. Perfect shot. So if I can nail the power shots, this will be really rewarding. Attack fires 3 shots in a spread pattern. We tried triple shot before and I was not impressed. Or a second chance at 4 more shots with a relentless volley special, which we have not been using at all. Take the perfect shot. This one because we have not taken one yet. Give that one a try.
There, that's it.
So I just need to get the timing down. Double blessing Athena Zeus, yes. Triple shot with Ricochet does seem like it could be cool. Maybe. Give me them Zeus blessings. Take the Zeus first. Take the Athena first. Zeus first.
This pleases me.
Your lightning bolt effects deal damage in an 84% larger area. Wow. Your lightning effects also make foes jolted. Jolted. Or special cause lightning bolt strike through by foes. High voltage is epic. 84% seems kind of insane. And that'll make our dodges do damage in a much wider area, plus any additional bolts we can pick up.
I feel all tingly.
I'm disappointed you would spurn me like this, cousin. Know
Spurn
that I
you?
retaliate not out of spite, but by necessity.
She's angry now.
But yeah, I can see the way larger impact those bolts are leaving behind. What's happening here?
He's trying to respawn. Damn it, one's come back.
So many lightning bolts. I didn't do 17, but yeah, they're worth it. Impervious though. Maybe not that good at landing power shots, as it turns out.
Okay.
Whew. Made it through. Taking high voltage with only dash is like taking catalyst with only one poison potion. Fair.
Let's continue on already, Zagreus. There isn't any point in feuding, and there's much
Little bit
to do
hope we'll
before
get
your
something
quest
better.
is done.
Special stronger can deflect. Our call briefly makes us impervious and to deflect all attacks. Ooh, gives us a god meter. Builds up over time, giving us temporary invulnerability. Or our attacks that can deflect also make foes exposed, giving them additional damage taken from behind. Aid seems great, and an epic rarity aid seems even better.
Divine protection.
Even better with Palm. Another Athena blessing? Or we can start speccing into Artemis, maybe. Looks like the Athena blessing has a elite marker on it, whereas the Artemis one does not. So we'll go with Athena. Maybe that's right, maybe that's not right.
There you are, gigantic soul catcher. What else?
Not butterflies, anything but those.
That one's regenerating. Come back.
Now I'm having a hard time targeting the thing I want to target. There we go.
Athena. Ready. Out. Keep my soul for now, thanks.
Epic level Divine Flourish. We can swap out our cast for a Phalanx shot. Or Trippy shot for Phalanx shot. Cast damaging foes in a small area and can deflect. Or Blinding Flash, or attacks that can deflect can also make foes exposed. Again. That's a lot of bonus damage on the special. Grab that.
The Shield of Light.
Let's start using the deflects. That makes our special attack now a very effective counter to a lot of stuff. I think we'll take that. We'll just spam that at our foes sometimes.
And don't come back.
destroy all these butterflies with the special. Be gone. Sell stuff here. Fishing spot anywhere? Looks like the sort of place that would have a fishing spot. No? Can get some money or an Artemis blessing. Do we have Zeus's trinket yet? No. Do not. No, I do not. I'm not sure which of these two I'm meant to take. Take the money.
Set. Useless. Load it up.
Don't trigger the traps. Is bad. Oh, I can hit the front one by shooting the one at the back and ricocheting. Oh, that can ricochet off walls? Interesting. Very interesting. I'm waiting for the game of the year, which is high praise considering the game is still in early access and hasn't even come out yet. There is an ND to run, yeah, we'll reach the... we fight a series of 3 bosses, and then there's a final boss at the end of it all.
Ready. One's rearming.
Shots aren't that easy to do, actually.
Next. You're dead. Athena. Delicious.
Oh, and the duration on the aid levels up quite a lot. Give me that.
Better.
With the pomegranate of power. Got a trove which can restore our health. Excellent. Was I supposed to get a second Chaos Gate that I completely forgot about and missed? I feel like that happened. Okay, so that's the trove I'm hearing. Good.
I'll take what's mine. Okay.
That is private property.
Weak.
Nice.
They have their chance.
I'll take it.
Full health. Max health or money? More max health. I'm a firm believer in max health in this game.
Loaded up. Set. Okay. He's fully recovered. Ready. See you. Olympus.
So tanky.
Right there.
So
Good for
tanky.
the health.
Does Death Defiance bring us back at half? Yes. Death Defiance will bring us back at half health. Man, even more max health. I'm in. Chops are stinky anyway, or whatever, right? I think that 337? 330... I don't know, 341? I should use Death Defiance. Passive for 3 encounters, gain +1 cast. Meh. Meh. No fishing spots, right? Like indicated by blinky stuff, but there's so many visual effects going on. The furthest I've gotten is to the final boss, but I have not beaten him.
Yes.
We're about to be against the third boss here. What's his face and the Minotaur? I have learned my lesson about trying to take down the Minotaur first. Actually, no. I learned my lesson about trying to take down Theseus first. Ding sound to indicate a fishing reward. I will maybe hear that.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
Hey everybody.
I have recovered, as you can plainly see, monster, as has Asterius. And this time, we are filled with renewed vigor to destroy you utterly.
Sure. I believe you.
So we're locked in an endless cycle of violence, basically. I guess that's one way for you to pass the time here in this stodgy place.
When I started playing this is my 3rd day of playing it. We first tried it, I think, last Sunday.
You take that back about Elysium. Or better, I shall make you eat those careless, inappropriate remarks. Come, Asterius, to war!
His biceps are so shiny. Ah, that's right, Asterius can do that. So Spearman throws spears at us. I'm really more worried about the Minotaur.
What is the matter, fiend? Okay. Is your weak sense of resolve already shaken?
You're supposed to hit like a pillar or something.
Here, fiend! Ready!
He deflects his nonsense too.
Asterius!
Only does 15 damage when he hits me. Like, I can take hits all day here.
Laggard, by my honor and the gods, you shall soon be destroyed. Here!
Set. Loaded up.
Now, fiend!
We have no damage output, right? Whatever. Stalling is fine, or whatever. I could time my power shots. It's a lot of my potential damage output. Current concern is that I'm going to run out of finger endurance before the fight is over. Which is a real threat.
Now, Hellspawn! Blackguard, now your spirit must be quivering inside.
Sorry, got a good hit on me there.
The adoration of the crowd.
Set.
Take this! As you wish. But the gods! Asterius!
Wow, that lasts a really long time if I get the thing fully powered up.
The fiend has fangs!
I should be deflecting his shot. Ow. That sounds really hard to do, actually. Let's not try to do that anymore.
Olympians, I call upon your aid!
Ow.
Loaded up.
Prepare yourself! What now, filth? Are you prepared to be sent screaming back to the hellish darkness?
Keep stemming those, whatever. I have no excuses. I'm just mad at this.
Blast you!
Bounced off the wall. Whew. Okay, a long ass fight. My hand hurts.
Something for the mirror.
We did it. How's it going, Caddison? I am sitting on a big comfy recliner. I don't actually know the make or model of it, but it's pretty standard, like furniture store kind of big old chair. Good thing we had all the max hit points. That's literally my entire build, is don't get punished for making mistakes. So, I'll take it. I will take it.
You think you can just walk away from me?
Better off this way.
Base tank, the run. Yeah, pretty much. I could even, for 33 gold, I could heal out the rest, but we're basically at full health, so not much need. Not much need. Don't think that tactic will work well in the Hades fight? Yeah, I think we need some damage. I don't know what that damage looks like, but we'd better find something. We're into the final area here, right?
I can do this. I can do this.
With the Cerberus quest? Cerberus.
The edge of Father's realm.
The Temple of Styx. Yeah, here we can buy some stuff. We can buy a Hermes Blessing for 500. That's tempting. We can buy even more max health. We can buy some pomegranates. What's up, Cerberus?
Where to?
We got Athena Blessing, max hit points, Artemis Blessing, Pomegranate. I think an Athena Blessing to start. We got a series of 5 passageways here that are pretty dangerous, filled with nasty enemies.
One, I guess.
God. Inflict poison. Just super deadly. Super deadly. Just unlock these nerds. Those guys are really dangerous.
What is this stuff?
So each room will have a little thing we can cure ourselves at if we're poisoned. Most of the enemies in these rooms don't have armor, so they're easily stun-locked.
Okay.
Whoa. That's a good use of our special.
That was a wealthy vermin. Olympus. Poison. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, I'm panicking a little bit too much when the first stack of poison hits me.
Ready.
Yeah, this part of the game is horrifying with the melee weapon. Really terrifying. Bonus backstab damage, reduce damage from traps, or when you deflect attacks, it deals more damage. Brilliant Riposte. We're deflecting a reasonable amount of the time, because both our attack and our special deflects. So, take plus 80% to our deflect damage, I suppose.
The Shield of Light.
And I'll take the health restore here for 24. That seems
better.
reasonable. Seems entirely reasonable.
Enough of this place.
Go for the max health next. Shield is pretty nice in this part, for sure. He poisoned himself? I didn't know that. Oh, because you can deflect it. That's right, I deflected it. I poisoned him. Just gonna go for the stun lock. Cheesy and easy. It ain't easy being cheesy.
No.
Ching.
A Satyr sack. Oh, what is this stuff?
Heal up here. Just like I don't have any healing to do. Do I have to heal before I'm allowed to leave?
Oh, what's in this stuff?
So we can now, now that we have the sack,
I can leave.
we can give it to
explore more
Cerberus and
tunnels.
leave. Or explore more tunnels, as our character themselves notes. We're gonna do a big old chunker boy we have. Take the... We'll do the Ares Blessing last. I'm gonna do all of these. Get as much power as possible. Whoa! Don't do that.
What's for sale?
We're trying to save up for 500, I think, for Blessing of the Store. Looting more generally seems good. It's risky. I've definitely lost a run because I was killed by the ridiculous poison damage in these areas. I understand the enemies a little bit better now, so I think I can do this a bit more safely.
You're done.
It's definitely the case where you might die for trying to push onward.
Tasty, sort of.
Health is not quite so easily restored, usually. Pretty sure this is intended gameplay. Crap kills, though. Whoa. Oh, where's the poison cure? Wow. Lost a lot of health for that. Oh, because there's a vent. I understand.
Who else?
Didn't realize that was a poison vent that I was sitting on.
Loaded up.
got for me, Artemis?
See, you blundered headlong into danger for the past 6 chambers or more, and you made such a racket I could almost hear it from Olympus. I have to say your hunting skills are rather unconventional.
Unconventional. Accurate.
I can switch to a different boon.
Cast seeks foes with bonus chance to deal crit. Any damage we have is 3% higher to be critical, or after we hit with an attack, cast, or special, fire a 14 damage seeking arrow. Excellent. Support fire epic level will improve our damage ability. Not by a whole lot, but definitely by enough to matter.
Let's just go down this Sata hole.
Alright, let's get ourselves an Ares blessing. Hopefully I don't regret this.
Die.
I think we're pretty good at these. You see those green little arrows being shot every time I fire something.
That's one big Sata.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. I don't like this at all.
Die.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
Wow. Must undo the armor here.
Don't need a cure.
Yeah, don't need a cure. I feel like I need a cure.
I'm burning up.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. Whew!
It's quiet, finally.
That was horrifying.
Perhaps you know a god called Thanatos. The two of us are very close associates, you know.
There's definitely a, like...
Do give him my best wishes, should you see him soon.
Probably the thing I find hardest to deal with in the game sometimes. There's definitely a visual overload you can have. Too many effects going on screen that it's hard to figure out what is happening. I'm just like button mashing like crazy, but with triple dash, button mashing works reasonably well. Curse of Vengeance, Doom after we take damage. Urge to Kill. 12% more damage on our attack, special, and cast, or Battle Rage after slaying a foe. Our next attack or special deals more damage. Urge to Kill's nice, just 12% more. The other aren't really doing a whole lot for us. Like maybe Battle Rage, although I don't think Battle Rage does a lot in the boss fight. Doom damage could be significant. We're going to be taking damage a lot against Hades, for sure. But let's grab the Epic Urge to Kill. Myself 12% more damage, which I'm not sure was worth losing all this health, but that's alright.
Oh, Cerberus.
Oh hey, we have a fishing spot. How long has that been there?
Fish.
Gup.
I caught a gup.
I caught a gup. One final pomegranate. It's also got a skull on it. Maybe I don't want to do that.
A sack for one good boy. Greetings, Charon.
25 max life. Let's buy the Hermes.
Why, hello, cuz. Odd that we're running into one another here. Among the wares
sure
of
that's a
my
good use of my
professional
money.
associate, I mean. Must be some sort of clerical mistake.
Yeah, it's the one I wanted. Oh man. Wow, these are all very good. After using Call, gain dodge chance and move speed for 15 seconds, 45%. Whoa. These are all very good. Second Wind is really tempting. 0.5% for 15 seconds after using call. We have... That should be 65% dodge chance, right? Yeah, call gives me a shield that gives us complete invulnerability. And then I think either once that wears off, or maybe it's starting when we start using the call. But for 15 seconds is a lot longer than the duration of the shield. And bonus move speed, too. I'm gonna take that.
Time to go.
And let's fight our final boss now.
Joyfully,
this is hopefully enough health.
Hell accepts another satyr sack.
There goes nothing.
Thanks, boy.
Cerberus stuffed with food. Yeah, we can spam the short call too, which is probably what I'm going to be doing. Go out.
I don't think I'll
Sup,
ever get
Dad?
accustomed to the breeze.
The sea, the heavens and the earth. All of this belongs to my brothers. We are their kin by birth. But we are foreigners in their country.
No. No mournful speeches. Now get out of my way.
You impertinent brat. Fine. Impulsiveness runs in the family.
Shut up. Set.
Ready. Right, there's shockwaves I gotta keep an eye out for. Should really be destroying the skulls that create them. Just let them. Oh god. I think I would took that hit from behind. We do have a second chance at life, by the way, so when, not if, but when I die in this fight, we'll be brought back to life at half of our maximum health. Reflecting those is worthwhile. That's right, you're invisible, sir.
Why do you keep up this foolishness?
You know exactly why.
You shall never find her. She is gone.
No, she's out there. I know it.
Dodge chance, though. Do so little damage.
Now. Useless. Again.
Oh, what? And then hit me again with the same attack to kill me. Unfortunately, this is a multi-phase fight.
Let's finish this then.
All right then, boy. You've stirred my anger suitably by now.
We made him mad.
Enough of this.
And he's got lasers now.
Now.
Myrmidon Bracer has not been serving me well. Range. Just target on the wrong thing.
Let's see you run from this.
Oh god. I tried. No!
Weakling.
So close! That's definitely the closest we've ever gotten. Whew. Spicy.
Oh, he's tough for an old man.
So close.
I'm up. Hey, did you see? My brother. He's come back. He's here, somewhere, I think. Good old Thanatos. He's so busy all the time, he never talks to me. Kind of like your dad with you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, Recreation. Although we got the... Well, we only got 12% additional damage from that. Good highlight of when not to push into additional tunnels. Didn't use the cast nearly enough? Like, half my attention was focused on using them as much as I could. Sounds like I don't like the bow then.
Indeed.
Though I don't like the bow in general.
I couldn't
Maybe
help
things
but
will
notice,
change,
lad,
but...
that Cerberus has been away for quite some time. Turns out your father's put him back to work above. I truly hope you shall not have to come to blows.
About that.
Don't worry, sir. I've run into Cerberus up top, all right. Even if he's technically Father's pet, he'd never bear his fangs at me. No matter how much Father might wish otherwise.
That's good, then. Glad to hear it.
Oh, hello, Zagreus. You look a little down. And so I was just wondering, would you perchance fancy a song right now?
You can say, wait, you got songs now?
Oh,
fancy that one, do you?
When did that happen?
Alas, I'm not the heart to sing
Oh,
it anymore.
okay, fair.
I'm glad you like it, though.
What I thought. Get out of here.
The head chef is going to want this fish.
Give this man some fish.
Some water-dwelling beast for you, good chef. Done deal.
Done deal.
I swear you're right. That one is such an idiot. Oh, anyway, I'd best get back to work. Next round's on me, Dusa, and you take care.
You take care too, Miss Meg. Thanks for the drink. Bye now.
They get along at least.
No talking to her. Let's see, we have enough darkness to buy a third life, right?
Somewhere.
That seems kind of important.
I can do anything.
Oh, we can get another one with 1,000? Wow, that's ridiculous.
Power.
That's ridiculous. The red gems that drop from enemies are our cast.
Looking good. Felt that one.
Aegis hungers.
Care for a warm-up with that?
Who's got the bonus stuff? So these, we replenish these to replenish our use of the cast ability. Lets us shoot a projectile that does damage. The projectiles stick in an enemy, causing them to take more damage from us. And we get them back when they die.
Nice one. What'd I miss?
Okay, so the shield is bonus darkness on this one. The
Aegis, you are as old as time.
bonus shields thrown. Raid that to give us damage reduction. Specialist replaced with Blitz Disc. Rapid damage returning on command. Our attack is not disabled. Aspect of Zeus. Aspects are kind of expensive to unlock. Not sure
Care to
I'm
accompany
supposed to be holding on to the Titan Blood or not. Let's do a shield run.
Oh, please. Gotta say, you're really getting somewhere, boy. I'm pretty impressed here. And they don't even pay me to do that. I'm just supposed to stand around.
Appreciate the vote of confidence, mate. Maybe you're right, and someday I'll get out of here. Hey, if I never come back, you won't just be stuck here forever, will you?
That's a good one. No, probably not. Wasn't anything in the old contract about that. Huh.
Titan Blood is only for aspects. Well, might as well use it then, right?
Aegis, you are as old as time.
So that's our special. We throw the lightning shield.
Ah. Your shield's looking pretty handsome, pal.
I like it. And then it comes back to us on our command as well. And that doesn't prevent me from using the shield to bull rush either. It's really cool. Doesn't do much damage, but eh.
Which to choose?
And we're back.
To unlock more of these. Let's try the bone hourglass? Question mark. The bone hourglass.
Goddess Athena.
Athena.
It's such a cruelty that your father hid the knowledge of your birth and life from us, my cousin. It's unacceptable.
Attack, deflect, divine dash to start with is pretty good. That's really good. Give me that.
Strength of
Deflecting
the goddess.
dash is hype. like it.
What now? Oh, good.
Checking around for chaos gates.
I'm rich. Got him.
Shield is really fun. You just like smashing your opponents around. This massive amounts of knockback. So you can do bonus damage by knocking opponents into walls and stuff. Smashy, smashy. No choices yet.
Good night. Felt something.
We've extended duration on the boons from these. Infernal Trove ahead or 30% more cast damage, which I've completely forgotten to use. Let's force an Infernal Trove spawn.
Get out.
Store health. Well, that's not that useful, but I guess I'll take it.
What? Security.
Not now.
Back to the lowest depths with them.
Very nice.
Yeah, when enemies have a yellow health bar, that's their armor indicator. Enemies with armor can't be stun-locked by your attacks. And usually the armor health is a lot higher than the regular health. There's various bonuses you can get specifically against armor. But something important to note along that line is that bosses don't have armor.
Hey man, I heard Athena had a word with you already, yeah? She's cool though, once you get to know her. Here, I got something that ought to suit her style.
What you got for me? Festive, epic level trippy shot, Festive Fog. That's pretty sweet. After party, if our health is low after an encounter, restore it to the 38% threshold, or premium vintage, gain max life whenever we pick up nectar. Receive 1 nectar now. This is a really early premium vintage. Could result in 50 or 75 max life, which I think is quite valuable. I think epic level trippy shot's also quite good. I'll take the vintage.
Strong stuff.
Give me that max health. Still have yet to make any choices here. Interesting. No blessings, nothing. Just lots of money and darkness.
Ready, Aegis? Dead.
See you this time, Chaos Gate. I noticed it.
Should be something useful here.
Chance to drop health items for the next 9 encounters is kind of a big deal. 30% more attack for 9 encounters is also a big deal.
Which path?
Definitely gonna go to the Chaos Gate here.
Payment in full.
Those.
All right. Let's see.
So, Chaos. Here, give more of this.
This is for you, Master Chaos. Everyone beneath the heavens and earth enjoys this stuff.
You honor me in making such an offering, though please, it is not necessary to endear yourself using material means, for it is the thought alone which counts.
Words of wisdom from a primordial chaos. The thought that counts. What you got for me?
I've met many of the Olympians by now, each spurring you toward their mountaintop. They place such value on familial bonds that none of them remember who I am. Do not place too much faith in them, O son of Hades.
The next 3 counters take damage when we special. Afterwards, our attack does bonus damage. Hide reward previews to get 35 max health, or gain additional gold. I like making our attack do more damage. This is a rare one compared to common rarity for the others. Hey, Steve Frosty, I'm doing great today. We played some Necrodancer earlier, now trying to get our first win in Hades. Let's get the attack damage. Blade Strike, just need to remember not to special. Hey, Nectar, that's max health. Give me that.
I think I see a fish.
You really think you can get out of here?
I think I see a fish.
I get the feeling I am being watched. Your time. bit longer.
You guys, I'm going over here.
Over there.
That's all the time we have.
Looks like a good batch. Fishing time then.
Fishing time then.
Now. I got a hellfish.
Yoinkaroni. Man. Blessings? Hello? Any? Is this normal? Like, to just not be offered any? Feels weird. Blub. Shot. Once you get deeper into the progression, rooms that give gems, keys, or darkness also give other stuff. That's good to know. We're here at our first... Ooh. And buy a Daedalus hammer for 200? Well, that's happening, right? That's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen.
Hi, Charon. I finally met Hermes, god of swiftness, travel, bringing souls of the departed to your boat.
How's it going, Intergrim?
Calls you his professional associate. You and you've been working together for a while, haven't you? You don't say. You enjoy that, mate? When it comes time to reconsider your price structure...
Reconsider your price structure.
Why not?
Bull Rush charges up faster. Bull Rush gains a power shot, dealing more damage. Or our special also deals 60 damage to nearby foes when we catch it, which we're not often doing. Guess we just take one of the ones with the fated choice on it. Master Bull Rush. Let's try the Power Shot Bull Rush.
He just grows stronger.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, that's quite the charge.
Should help keep me going.
Probably worth it, though.
One Fury Sister coming up. Tisiphone.
Designing a new mechanic.
Murder! I don't understand. But I'm not who you think I am. My father sent you to stop me, that's all.
Murder!
Murderer! Murderer!
That's such a long charge time for Power Shot.
Not again.
Whoa! When you're charging the Bull Rush, you block all attacks from the front.
The chamber.
I'm supposed to be throwing my thing at her. I should forgot I had that until literally just now. Although I'm also still taking damage when I throw it, right?
This again.
The shield block is so good, though. I see why I had trouble with her last time and why this is so much easier. Kabonk. The kabonketing. Even Hades can be hella cheese with the shield. Excellent news.
The curse of chaos has expired.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Alright, so the attack does more damage now, too, so the shield rush maximally charged will hit even harder. You can block the spin. Ooh, the spin attack.
Did you
Not the
enjoy
lasers,
the
though, right?
stint in Tartarus?
Well, Father, I'm trespassing through your secret hall and going up. Not enough coin.
And lasers, that's... We literally only have Divine Dash. That's insane. We only found one blessing the entire first act.
I'll just go on up.
That's crazy to me.
Made it to Asphodel.
Hey, Hermes, though. Hermes I'm excited about. Maybe we can get our shield attack to charge faster. Lasers are easy to block, they say. That's true, we got Dio. Thought you were getting a blessing, but it was me, Dio. This is a lot of damage.
Next.
Ow! Bolt.
What do we have here?
What do we have here?
Boss, you probably caught yourself thinking, Hermes sure is quick. So how come it took so long for him to show up in the first place? Well, I'm afraid that's not for you to know. But it's not because I was late. Not late for anything.
I don't believe. You move 20% faster, bows drop, cast stuck in them faster, or we have 15% chance to dodge. Pretty generic. All low rarity. Burdened and blessed. Like the sound of being blessed. Not sure how good Greater Haste would be. I like Greater Evasion just fine, though. Take Greater Evasion.
That's Godspeed, all right.
Artemis. For giant crits. Could be good. Like that better than a pomegranate. There's nothing upgrade-wise that I'm thinking is at all useful right now. So let's embark. Yeah, Athena Strike with Deflect would be definitely welcomed. Ow. I see that drove.
More, huh?
Donkening.
That's a relief.
You met Athena earlier, I guess. I'd never trade my bow for all that pomp and armor, but I guess to each her own.
Support fire at basic level. Our cast seek foes with a chance to deal crit, or our special is stronger with chance to deal crit. Oh yeah, we can use our special again. Me, the Deadly Flourish.
I'll make every strike count.
Ooh. Yes to that. And yes to this.
Open up.
We have a pest problem.
Let's make this quick.
All drops. So good.
Got you.
Smash.
Idiots.
Thank you, Father.
Dunk. Makes sense, yeah. Anything that, like, poison especially would be good. That I'll believe.
Time to pick sides.
Well, for me, Zach.
Is there ever, like, any real consideration I need to give to... Don't like any of these. Any real consideration I need to give to, like, who I pick first in these double blessings? This will take the call here. Not really excited about Trippy Shot. The call.
Let's liven things up.
So that's your choice. Maybe you're more like my relatives than I'd care to admit.
Forgive me, Lady Artemis.
If we ignore, we'll aid the monsters with unique effects. That, yeah, I have noticed that. Suppose that's a consideration we can do, right? Yeah, I'm not giving enough time to charge up. Don't like this at all. No me gusta.
Ding. Oh, you're still there, I see. Well then, all right. Let's call it even for the moment and get on with this.
A bonus to attack damage, or a rare support fire. But I think we just take the Deadly Strike, right? 15% chance for criticals. Let's do that. Max health versus Zeus Blessing. Zeus upgrade on our throw could be really good. I do like more max health by quite a bit, too. It's an elite Zeus for what's that worth. Be a little terrifying. Let's go for the blessing. The murder boat. The murder boat with the shield sounds fine though. I'm down for that. It is the murder boat.
It's the barge of death.
Why, it's the barge of death. 611, wow.
Don't come back. Dionysus. Lord Uncle Zeus.
Lord Uncle Zeus. Give me your blessing.
Told you that his governance over the underworld is due more to the weaving of the fates than by his choice. Admittedly, he got the short end of the stick, whereas Poseidon and myself, why, we've been doing rather well indeed.
Chain lightning cast, revenge lightning damage, or our god gauge charges 12% faster. I guess I'm okay with the chain lightning cast. We're kind of all over the place with our build here. Synergy is a 4-letter word, apparently. That's alright. We'll just do a bunch of different things. Yes? Yes.
Is my hair sticking up?
Oh, don't tell me I'm ready for the next boss
This has to be
already.
the chamber renovation I put in.
Be most unfortunate. 28% additional damage, no additional crit chance though. Make our cast do way more, or make our call do way more? Make our call do a lot more.
Excellent.
Gems next, okay. Not fighting a boss yet. Good.
Course is set.
At least we have actual blessings, even if they don't actually help us that much. Hey, more max health. As long as I can get some kills.
Barely caught up with you here, Zag. You must have had a little help from Hermes, I suppose. I'll handle this.
Got it under control, thanks.
Dead.
I think not.
Certain death.
Oh, come on, stop dodging me.
Don't keep me waiting.
Rest in peace. Easy.
Uh-oh. He's ahead of me.
I'm on your side. How about you? That was the
I
last.
tied? Does that count?
Huh.
Yes, it does.
What, really? Come on, what is this, Zagreus? You think handing this to me makes up for everything you've put us through?
Yes!
It's just something I found out there that I thought you might like, Than. Don't think anything.
Yes, I do.
Still running from yourself, I see. How's that been working out for you thus far?
I'm searching for my mother. You still live at home with yours. You don't know what it's like.
Mother Nyx was like a mother to you too, and this is how you repay her. You should be ashamed of yourself and learn your place.
Poseidon? Poseidon worth my effort at all? Okay, Chaos Gate. Sounds great. Not really this late in the run. Pomegranate then? I don't even like pomegranates that much, but we'll take one. Our pre-boss pomegranate.
The power of Olympus.
Level up the A call again. Do with Artemis making all your boons be guaranteed epic. That's kind of cool. Alright, I do not feel well equipped for this boss, but we'll try it. Maybe a giant shield crit.
And no one gets hurt.
I'll do everything I need. Also, this seems pretty easy. Oops. Not landing the power shots very consistently. Seems ridiculous.
Brought friends, have you? Olympus! Olympus!
Okay.
Dionysus.
Okay. Block that too. Power shots up, you got an adventure to the far corners of the arena. They do.
More heads you'd like chopped off? No?
Battle out of Asphodel with the Shield of Chaos. We got there. We got there.
They're already expecting you from Elysium.
And I'll be at full health. Didn't I already ensure a Chaos Gate would spawn ahead where possible? Is this gonna do nothing, or did I miss my... Yeah, no, there's already one listed, right? What happens if I have two of these active at the same time? Or will it not let me buy it? Oh. 2 Chaos Gates back to back. I'm down. I am definitely down. Also, I need to take that. For sure.
Get me out of here. Thank you.
Give me the Chaos Gates. We're definitely in a position where I can do that. Let's see what we can get.
Nice and cool up here.
Chaos Gates. Of course it's up against a Daedalus Hammer. Of course it is. I'm not surprised. I guess that means we're skipping out on this Chaos Gate. Because these hammers are too good, as I understand it. Daedalus Hammer. Buying a Chaos Gate in front of Elysium is often questionable because there's a high chance you get a hammer in the first Elysium room, but now I get a second gate that I can go into. Isn't that excellent?
You're just in time.
Dionysus, one of our most valued supporters.
Matrix Freak!
It says continued support of the XCOM project.
Thank you for the thingy. 8 heckin' months. Ow! Bad at this game.
See that, Aegis.
Attack hits twice but does not knock foes away. What? Bull Rush instead fires a piercing shot that deals 80. What do you mean instead? Does it keep the power shots? Keeps the power shot. That sounds hilarious.
Feels lighter than before.
That looks like it's gonna do a lot of damage. Max health, stinky. No one needs max health when we got Chaos Gates. Chaos Gates for days.
Might as well. Interesting.
Chaos, I accept your
In the
blessing.
name of Hades.
Each time we special, take damage. Main strike. Each time we attack, take -5 health. I don't think I can take that, right? I can take Addled Flourish. But there's no way I can take Maim Strike. Making the special deal more damage is nice. Yeah, just avoid casting for a while.
Be careful, son of Hades.
How's it going, Pooh? Hello and welcome. That does a lot of damage. Hey, get back here. $1,000 damage crit? What? Excuse me, what? I remember that I'm immune to the attacks on the front while this is going off. $12 times normal damage. The Dunkening. Artemis? I don't want to shop, right? No, I don't want to shop. Some health, but health is overrated or whatever. Oh right, that was a boss.
You have met the champion, the king.
Oh boy.
Let us see if you are fit to face him once again.
Didn't notice that was Asterius would be fighting.
You mean face both of you together, which doesn't seem particularly fair.
Life isn't particularly fair, short one, nor death. I'd have expected you to know as much. But here, have your fair fight.
I just can't quite face tank him.
Run.
All about the timing. Oh boy.
Olympus.
Yeah, Asterius is non-threatening, right?
Destruction.
As long as I
Not finished.
time this correctly. Okay, he can get behind me with that. Yeah, Asterius, non-threatening. Completely non-threatening.
Damn it.
Completely non-threatening. I'm not sure how the block actually works, apparently. It certainly doesn't work if I shoot him.
Olympus.
Enough. I respect your strength, Short One. The champion of Elysium awaits. Until such time.
Until such time.
I guess I win this round.
See you later, nerd.
Olympus,
Don't know that was worth
accept
it.
This message.
But that's okay. We deal critical damage if foe nearby is marked. 4% additional crit chance or rare support fire. Not even anything epic. Lame. Take
My
pressure
senses
points.
sharpen.
Hermes. What's up, Hermes?
Give it up.
I can just block these. Kinda cute. Don't make them invincible.
Lord Hermes.
Lord Hermes.
Olympus, I accept this message.
12% faster attack. Ooh. That should charge our thingy 12% faster too.
Godspeed.
Yeah. Darkness or gems? Take the darkness. I'm still expecting to charge forward when I do the charge shot.
Olympus.
Yoink. Okay, now I'm valuing max health quite a bit at this point.
Rot. Much better.
Whoa. complicated about it. I have a shield. Yeah, just do that.
Fully rearmed.
Oops. What? He's definitely blocking that one from the front. Nonsense.
That's better.
Absolute nonsense. What do you got for me? Replenish a use of Death Defiance? No. Upgrade rarity, though? Yes. Hydrolite, restore 10% max health. We enter a chamber? Yes.
Should be useful.
Please. Sure.
Come and get it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I shall deal with you later, then.
Hot nonsense is what that was.
For the house. They're fresh out.
Shield.
Olympus.
Oh god.
In the name of Hades.
After party looking kind of tempting right now. Take 20% less damage at 40% health or below. Also positive outlook looking pretty good here too. But currently this will heal us quite a lot. The after party. Going into the next room. I haven't tried after party yet. Let's give it a shot.
Time to feast.
I don't know if it's actually correct. But I gotta at least try all the blessings one time. Why didn't that heal me to 38? Right there. What gives?
Good enough to eat.
Okay, boss time. Oh, because we... But I just finished it. Okay, it doesn't count the encounter that you get it in, which is, I guess, reasonable, but still silly.
Rematch?
What hope have you, monster, versus the blessed bonds of brotherhood?
Blessed bonds of brotherhood.
That's not the
Like the
little
alliteration.
king. He is more powerful than he appears. We must remain alert this time.
Oh,
know I am perfectly alert right now, Asterius. And were I still alive, I would be positively salivating at the thought of running through this pustule with my spear, or whichever means I had available. Now let's go.
Now, short one.
Are you prepared? Yes! Come, monster! Attack with everything you have! Hold, you monster!
Dionysus.
Foul demon, we shall thwart your each and every trespass in Elysium. No holding back. Bull, no!
You and me, King.
It shall take more than that. Prepare. Lord Poseidon, I invoke your might.
Oh, we're doing Poseidon this time. Okay. Thanks for the warning on that.
My last chance.
Indeed.
Well, we win this fight at least.
Dionysus.
I do not fear you, fiend. Your presence is a stain upon Elysium. Still.
Cool. We've gotten far further than we've ever been with the shield before,
now.
so not bad.
Very
Not bad at all.
A disappointing show from Theseus.
I pray his ego will recover soon. I'll just take this one. One last stop. And check. The temple.
Let's proceed.
Fishing time?
Way less max health than last time. That's kind of a reasonable amount to have, though. Get some more.
Hello.
It's gonna be a disaster, probably. These rooms. All the old smash and dash. All of our long-term bonuses are expiring quickly here. Probably supposed to swap out my trinket there, actually. After that last boss. Game playable with keyboard and mouse? It is, as I understand it. Surely gotta be using my cast more.
I'm sick.
Taking poison for some reason.
Dionysus. Not a chance.
Come on, hit the thing.
Should be able to get back through here. Which tunnel?
And he's going through his hammer. Hello, hello. And Flo, welcome back. Sorry, the Necrodancer was a little intense. Not the first to express that. Our shots are hard to land. Really doesn't feel like it charges 12% faster. Maybe it's just that slow.
Can't do that.
Decent type of sell a blessing there. Get a lot of stuff I'm not using.
Should be the place.
Ah, we got our thing.
Cerberus can never get enough of this stuff.
Lord Zeus has gotten to you first, I see. My father's gifts are generous indeed, though I think I can help in my own way.
What you got for me, Ares? Doom reverse, 12% with urge to kill. Let's take the urge to kill.
I will keep fighting.
Not in the mood to think right now. Go fast.
Could check the
That's what I want to do.
passageways before I go.
Fish!
I know you're out there, fish.
Oops.
Missed.
Baited me. You got me.
What else?
I'm not liking the game super. I think it's cool, Throws Hammer. It does a really interesting take on the roguelike genre. Great sound design, great visual design. I only like about half the weapons, though, which is a bit of a problem, given the game encourages you to use all of them. Like, I don't want to use the gun again, pretty much ever. Which makes it hard to feel enthused about it. It's interesting.
Satyrs. Need a cure.
It's mostly the sword and the gun that I don't really like. The sword is fine, just kind of weak. The bow is powerful and was cool initially, but is repetitive in a way that's a bit frustrating. The shield is fun as heck, though. At least when it's being played like a shield. It's just a bow now. And all the good and bad that comes with that. Definitely good. Love the Daedalus hammer system, which changes up the way the weapons feel, though. Like, I actually don't have a solid feel on how the gun actually is, because I only played it with the shotgun enhancement. And that's not, like, what it feels like normally, I guess. Cash money. All of the cash money.
Heading back. Time to deliver the goods.
Is it though?
Commander.
Is it
one
though?
Of our most valued
Dumb.
supporters.
Win run or unsub? Uh-oh.
The XCOM project.
That's quite the task. Unsolved Rubik's Cube, handed up for 7 months. Thank you as well. Pancakes greater than waffles. What kind of pancakes? Pancakes are waffles. I like that stance, Tom. Welcome all breakfast pastry / cake lovers into the fold by arguing that pancakes are simply a manifestation of the divine waffle. Any more STS tonight? We played Crypt of the Necrodancer for the first half and Hades here for the second. Probably going to be signing off after this run, one way or the other.
Got you. The satyrs must be fashioning those things.
French toast is also great. Place Dionysus call. Yeah. Hunter's mark.
The dead had better hide.
Don't know if that actually works on Hades, but we'll see.
Lots on offer here.
Pork.
Should come in useful.
What you got,
found me,
Sidon?
little nephew, strewn among the inventories of that most disturbing riverboatman.
Most
That means you
disturbing
win my blessing.
riverboatman. More damage knocks foes away. Get a random assortment of stuff. Or 40% faster god gauge when we're hit. Give me sunken treasure.
The power of the sea.
The health is actually quite useful anyway. Give me money back, hilariously. Do I dare go here to try to gain... Yeah, let's do one last thing here. Just in case there's one of those, Hades things. They're called Charon things. That, give us bonuses for a certain number of encounters. That would be really nice to have in the fight against Daddy. And worst case scenario, we get a pump gun. At the cost of some of our health.
Commander, we've just received the support of another council member.
Tom, thanks for gifting us up to Heck with the names. Welcome to Heck, to the council, emotes, community, etc., etc., etc.
Snake stones.
I have not yet won a run. Which I will maybe at some point eventually do.
You can stop me.
Well, not too bad. Didn't get the thingy I wanted though.
Power of the gods.
A bit more attack damage. Sure. Don't worry about it too much.
Going back.
Yeah. Regardless of which controller control scheme you want to use, I definitely recommend picking one and sticking with it. Muscle memory is a lot of the games like these, and that only comes with time and repetition. All right. So the question is, can we cheese Hades with the shield well enough to win here? If I had both my second lives left, I might have more confidence in this, but we'll see what we can do. Simply to get here on two back-to-back rows is two back-to-back runs, excuse me, is probably a good sign.
You come here bearing Brother Zeus's aegis. I wonder how much more insulting you could be.
What?
Don't let him get behind me.
I haven't even started to insult you here yet, Father. Flustered by the old shield of chaos, then?
Doubtless Zeus does not even remember wielding it. I never should have relied on him for anything after that. Then come. Let's see if you're any better with it than your great uncle.
Probably not, admittedly. Lord Hades!
Prepare.
Yeah. Case in point. What do I do when he's invisible? That's about right. So that's what I gotta be doing?
Observe.
Time my attack so I don't get hit by that? That sounds reasonable.
You've no control over your brutish strength.
Not
That's
interested
true.
in the analysis now, Father.
You have no inkling of what you need.
I need you to quit blathering and fight.
Happily.
Olympus.
That was a good crit. Yeah, whatever.
Dionysus.
And block those two. Jeez.
Here. Someday or
GG.
night, you shall look back on this and thank me, boy.
GG.
Got me again, damn it. Hey, where's Hypnos?
Man, I really... The timing attack of the bow and the shield is really annoying on my fingers. I don't know if I'll use them much.
Be on your way, Zagreus. I have an audience with Lord Hades in a moment. An inquiry into my recent absences.
Thanatos.
What are you worried about, Than? You've never given him a reason not to trust you.
I want to give you some
Recently, I'm
nectar
not
so we
so
can
sure.
share a
Whatever you're doing, it had better be worth it.
Thanatos. No?
Bye.
Alright. Very well. Very well.
Nix? You've done so much for me. I thought you might like this.
A gift as beautiful as this requires reciprocity, dear child. I wished, regardless, to provide you a token of my love.
Give me the thing.
I'm very grateful, Nix.
A black shawl.
Miss Dusa? I wanted you to have this. It's nothing really, just for your hard work.
Prince, I'm really grateful for this, really, and I thought I kind of got something for you.
Did you now?
Thanks, Miss
Happy
Dusa.
Feather Duster.
Oh, hey, you brought some fish. Could smell it all the way from down the hall. That's great. The head chef can take it off your hands. Should be right in the back of the lounge like always. Thanks for helping us out, Prince.
Sure. Fish delivery for the head chef. Those shades are always milling about. Look at what I caught, chef.
Not much.
Fair market value.
What's the trade?
What's up for
500
barter?
darkness for one ambrosia? That's probably not worth it. Probably not worth it.
Orpheus, forgive my bluntness here, but I have to ask, why won't you sing? You were a legend, mate. Our court musician.
Why, it's that I've lost my muse, my friend. It isn't harder to explain than that. Have you not had such moments in your life where you had lost the will to chase your passions?
I suppose I have, yeah. But recently I found my drive again. And that's why I have to get out of here.
And I am truly happy for you, friend. Alas, I've had no luck in my own search. Not that I'm searching any longer, so I'll just be over here, okay?
Okay, you sit in your corner. And if you ever feel better, let me know.
Thanatos has finally come home. Have you not seen him, child? He has been very much preoccupied of late. It must have gladdened him to see you once again.
Oh.
Excellent.
Father.
Dad's still missing because he killed us. Sure. Probably just hold the darkness. See what our new trinkets do, at least.
Got something new to try.
Whenever we gain darkness, restore health for half the amount. Ooh, it's kind of cool. And broken urns have a 2% chance to contain healing items with the Happy Feather Duster. Sure. Why not?
Hey.
What's up?
You know, pal, when you're not around and it's just me and all your weapons, I mean your infernal arms right over there, between us, they are making me a bit uncomfortable.
Can't blame you, mate. I wouldn't want to be stuck in a chamber with a bunch of legendary, quite possibly malevolent killing artifacts. Anything I can do?
Oh, I didn't mean it like a bad thing, boyo. The weirder you make those things, the more it gives me the shakes and keeps me hopping like this nice and steady till the next time you get back. So thanks.
Sure.
Fair enough. Alrighty. That is where I'm going to wind things down for tonight. I wanted to say thank you, everybody, for joining me. It's been nice doing some action roguelites today. Tomorrow is what, Monday? Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. We'll be live with some Spire action, not later than 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. If you enjoyed the variety content, then thanks for being here. We do community voted games once a month if stream revenue reaches a certain threshold, which we're approaching. Still 1 week left in the month to reach that for February, so we'll see what happens, but that is going to be where I sign things off for now. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been great having you, Tom. To heck with names, background sculpt, no decks, and everybody else. Thanks for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see you all next time.